Cool.
They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly, yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation, now I got rollies, all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Swatting all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. Oh. They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. Wanna put me down.
Yeah. Salute everybody. Clap it up one more time. Come on, let's get it. 8 of us in the building, man. Make sure we hitting the lights when we come in here. 10 of us in the building. Let's make sure we hitting the lights when we come in the building, man. Oh, ooh. Boxing, we back at it early in the morning on that bull-ish again, right? We on our bull-ish, man. Salute to everybody in the room. Make sure you hit the likes up. Shout out to my co-host Ray Davis in the
Clap it up for Ray. Clap it up for Ray,
bro. You gotta clap it up for Ray. Ray, the best co-host in the game, bro. Hands down,
it,
bro.
man.
Hands down, man.
That's the co-host, man.
It's a diabolical duo, bro. When we step in the game, we bring way too much practical thinking, critical thinking skills is on another level, and the perspective on this boxing game is, unmatched.
Unmatched. Unheard of. Untamable.
100%. 100%, man. Always going to keep it thorough. Always going to keep it 100. You know what I mean? And I'm hoping that 100 starts to come back in style, because we're dealing with a lot of lack. I think we're dealing with a lack of that a little bit in the space. But look, man, we're just always gonna call it how we see it. We're gonna do it today. We're gonna call how we see it today, and hopefully, the people who are interested in that type of content, they'll find a home here without a doubt, man. Shout out to Skills from New Orleans in the bit. Starting off the day the right way, putting the color in the chat the right way with the $10 holler, says salute at the highest level. Man, brother, right here with you, right, man? Right from the chest, bro. Salute to you, man. Thank you.
My diggity dog just dude in the building
Just
dropping that
doing the building,
This dude, he was killing it last night, Clay. He had to check. He had to put the check on the check. He had to put the muzzle on people. Like he was,
Bro,
yo.
Let me tell you something though. Just
Jersey in the building, bro.
Let me tell you, just always tries to carry it. He carries it so like he carries it in a way to where people like Just Do. But the thing about Just Do is, I love you, bro, like a bro from another mother, but they're gonna hate you soon, bro. Because as the game becomes more and more diabolical and as committed as you are to telling the truth, all them smiles ain't gonna but I know you ain't gonna waver. I know you're not gonna waver. But
I don't know who it is. I mean, I can figure it out. I think I have a good idea, but he don't go to 11-hour shows no more.
Yeah, listen, I have no idea. I point no fingers, but I'm just gonna keep it 100 to say that being unwavering in your unbiasedness, in your truth, people who only a certain kind of person is going to vibe with you, right? And I'm going to tell you why. Because there's going to be a point in time to where you're on the opposite side of an argument, right? You're going to be on the opposite side. And when that happens, that's when you're going to find out who's dealing with you the right way. That's when you're going to find out where the thoroughness comes out, when they're able to accept your truth, even when their truth doesn't, when their truth isn't on the same page as yours, right? And I think it just feels more and more that we're heading into this time period in boxing right now to where with all the media and all the like what we just saw with Tank this weekend, just the blatant disregard for rules at now this word being floated around in the space, discretion. It's going to be interesting to see how people are able to put their side narratives to the side and put the sport first, because the sport needs to be put first. You know what I mean, Ray? Like the sport has to be put first. And just because your guy is your guy, if your guy ever happens to land on the wrong side of what's going to benefit this sport, I'm interested to seeing what people choose with their own free will to move with, right?
Yeah.
Because it comes down to it. When it comes down to the sport and your guy, it's kind of like how God tested. Who was it? I don't know the story, but it was in the Bible.
Job.
I don't know. Was it Job with his son?
Job. Yeah.
With his son, and he told him to take his son up to the mountain, right?
Yep.
And God tested him.
Job, man.
And God tested him and say, "You gonna pick me, or you gonna, even though that's your son, I know you love him, but who you gonna pick?" And he gave him that test. Mm-hmm. How many people are going to pass that test and be able to say, you know what, as much love as I got for this fighter,
you kind of right. I'm gonna break that down. You kind of right. I don't want you getting that wrong. You already have some biblical people in the building.
I don't know. I'm just giving you a little story. I don't know. I'm not a biblical person.
What he did was Satan challenged God that he could change his more faithful people not liking him.
Right.
And he allowed Satan to tempt him with all these different things.
Story, yo.
Yeah. Oh, the son. Yeah, you're right.
I don't know what the story is, man.
That's what I'm saying. That was Abraham. Okay. Because we rock with Job. So I was like, hold on, let's fix it. But Abraham, he did what Clay's talking about is Abraham, and that's in the Quran too. Clay, the Abraham story.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, though, a story of a moment in time where a person is tested as far as priorities, as far as, you know, I mean, when it's all said and done, when the smoke is all cleared, where do you stand, right? And I just feel like this is a case scenario, and I think it's just catching fire, right? It's just snowballing into something that's deeper than, Gervonta Tank Davis. And I think a lot of people are having a hard time getting beyond the fighter that's involved in the situation, and they're not able to just be honest about the situation on its own merit, right? On its own merit, like remove Gervonta, put fighter A and call it fighter B, remove all of these intangibles that are causing you to feel so indifferent and feel so attacked and conflicted with making the decision, and just put boxing where it needs to be and speak on it from that point of view. If Tank has to take a loss on his record because of the scoring system and the fact that something he did, which at this point, I'm pretty sure he's pretty much taken ownership for what he's done. I've heard him on Twitter pretty much say, I did this stupid thing. I should have never did this, that, and the other. So he's taking ownership and understanding of how complicated this has become. And it's not like he got his ass whooped. People take it like that, though. When you start talking about the rules, yo, he didn't even lose, man. Why? It's not about that. It's about what happened, what he did, and how that affected the outcome of the fight, and how more importantly, how the system, the referee, the New York State Athletic Commission, the sanctioning body that was watching over the fight looked away from the situation because it was Tank Davis, a draw in the game, who gives them a lot of money in sanctioning fees and who provides a lot of eyes to the sport and put asses in seats. And the way that they look at these A sides when it comes to these fights, that everything isn't panned out equally across the board, and it's supposed to be. It is what it is, you know what I mean? But I think that you're seeing people coming out and they're, even Gilberto Mendoza, the president of the WA, had to come out and put his foot down and say, look, man, I don't make it a business to go ahead and undermine the people I hire to write articles, but I have to say something, right? For the love of the sport and the integrity of the sport, I have to make it be clear that we don't endorse that. We're very aware, and we all, as boxing fans, who've been watching boxing for such a long time, have an understanding of the rules of boxing. And I think it's disingenuous for people who say that they're a fan of the sport to all of a sudden be in the gray area as far as what you understand to be the rules, right? What you understand. If I speak to your understanding, this should be something that we can speak on. You shouldn't be referring me to regulations unless those regulations push my understanding to the side or put the onus on me to provide you documentation. What is your understanding? Damn the documentation, because I don't sit there reading regulation handbooks all day long. But I can ask you directly, as a person who supposedly watches the sport religiously like I do, what is your understanding of what you saw happen in the ring? Even if you're wrong and I'm wrong, but to your understanding, when you saw what you saw, what was your understanding of that situation? And was it handled in the way that coincides with your understanding of what happens in boxing? Right. It's very simple, you know what I mean? But let me take a moment real quick to go ahead and shout out everybody in the building. I know we got a lot of family in the building right now. Shout out to Skills from New Orleans in the building who shouted us out with the color in the chat. Tago in the building. Easy in the building. Shout out to D-Town Funk in the building. All right. 5 boxing fan in the building. All right. Crypto Chris, salute to you, brother. Sills Tresalamo. I don't know if I ever said your name right before. Has Tank Division made his mind up yet? I don't know yet. Mr. Big Play Bray in the building. Salute to you, King. Ross Clot, Mr. Your favorite boxer's a bum in the building. We gonna talk about Dana too, man. Bruce Gatz boxing, man, scholar amongst scholars, historian in the building. Let's see here, going down the list. Hunter Young in the building. Salute to you, King. I know you're gonna have something to say today for sure. Anthony Lumore. Anthony Lamar in the building. Salute to you, King. Let's see here. The cerebral one, the thinker, the critical thinker himself in the building. Let's see here. Going down the list. I think I hit them all, man. I think everybody's just kind of repetitively doing their thing right now. And D-Town Funk, I've already hollered at him. Teach in the building. Salute to Teach. Yeah, man. But let's take it down a notch. How you doing today, Ray? Good morning.
I'm good. I'm just going to tell you that's the best stream, by the way. But it's cool. We'll live with it. Maybe it is Sylvester Trez, but that's cool. Yeah. I'm not knocking you. It is bunched together. It's bunched together, so I get it. But
I have no idea what it's saying. Yeah, I just got to break that down one day.
But shout out to Sylvester in the building.
Oh, Sylvester? Or Sylvester? Or Sylvestri? Salomo? Sylvester's Alamo? Yeah, man. It is what it is.
Sorry, shout out to the brother anyway. You know what I mean? Show him some love. JR Spot, what it do?
Yeah,
Love
salute
it.
JR.
Right
Salute
JR. But everything's going well, Clay. You know what I mean? I didn't even realize we was matching until we touched the screen. Pause. I was like, oh shit, you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
We militant this
connection,
morning.
man. You know what I mean? Come to the building with the green on. You know what I mean? We ready for combat type shit. You know what I mean? But
we militant this morning.
Is what it is, man. Bring them on.
A 10 hut. You know what I
Bring
mean?
them on. Guess word, sergeant, bro.
That's
Actually, I wasn't. I was on the break of becoming a sergeant. I wasn't a sergeant.
Yeah, I was a corpsman. You know what I mean? In the Navy. Yeah. Shout out to all the veterans in the building. You know what I mean? If you got any veterans,
you was in the Navy.
Yeah, I was, man. I was Doc, man.
I thought you was in the Army. But that explains why you went so many weird places, sergeant.
Yeah, hey, man. It is what it is, man.
But you can swim though, right?
I'm a swimmer. I'm a swimmer. My brother's actually a swimming instructor. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like,
because y'all be doing crazy, holding your breath for like a minute type discipline, bro. That's crazy work. But
I ain't doing all that. That's not what I'm doing. You talking about a Navy SEAL or something? No, I'm just.
It's just the SEALs that do that. Yeah. But they got like 3 minute time break. I don't know what they be doing. I thought that was all y'all, but okay.
I ain't holding on. Wait, did I have to hold my? I don't think so. I don't remember. I don't think
Navy men had to go under the water.
I don't remember. I don't think so. I don't think I did, man. I know we had to do a whole bunch of swim quals though, for sure. Taking the pants off, filling up with the water, turning it into a damn. I mean, this is what it is. When you fall in the water, making a flotation device with the pants, tying off the knot, filling up with water, making it into, you know what I mean? All that stuff. All that stuff, man.
That's dope. Yeah.
Exactly, Tony G. Shout out to the corpsmen too, to the Marine Corps. That's who I was stationed with.
Man. Shout out to the Jugheads, bro.
I was stationed in 29. I'm saying green side. You know what I mean?
My brother be. You know, I mess with him all the time. He's a Marine too, man.
Yeah.
But he crazy though. He got it all.
Yeah, Marines, you gotta have a little crazy in you, man.
At the same time, he's very intelligent.
Is it not? Hold on, let me see here. What did Just Do say here? Hold on a second. Just Do said something.
Oh no, yeah, he went down. Yeah, Just Do was breaking it down for a minute there, man.
Whenever I see a paragraph about Just Do, I gotta pull it up and see what he was saying. He said, "Bro, if I show y'all how disrespectful this Tank fan was in my inbox a few minutes ago, shit, wow, man, started talking about my mom, bro. You can't make this. Listen, bro. It's people are getting triggered, man.
Emotionally attached to a little grown midget. Crazy. Oh, you can't say that. My bad.
Yeah, don't say
midget. What'd you call him the other day?
No, I ain't say nothing, bro. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, no. Speaking to what Just Do just said, yeah, a lot of these fans are triggered, man, right now. It's like they feel the loss coming, or they feel a decision coming, and I don't even know if it's coming, because we're going to talk about it today. There's a good chance, more than likely, it's not coming, right? Because this whole entire discernment conversation, this whole entire discretion word is floating around, and it's causing a lot of chaos right now and a lot of confusion in the space. This discretion, that word is interestingly enough causing a lot of divide in the space. But as the fans are feeling like this may go a certain direction, they are really getting real snappy out here. You know what I'm saying? Real snappy. They jumping on.
They sitting there like waiting for the decision. Like,
yeah, like, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? Like, people who you thought you was cool with. It's like, you know what I mean? This is becoming real political.
I need my tank. Come here.
Yeah, it's becoming real political. You know what I mean? It's becoming real political.
It's crazy work, man.
The way this is, it's seeming like a straight up. It's like left side, right side, Democrat, Republican, conservative, liberal, like real, like deep conversations and arguments going on.
There are people too. You got far left and far right. You can call them both of those, but those people in the middle on both sides, they're decent. It's the
right, for sure. But you got I'm talking about the
both liberals in their own right? I guess in their own right, they're both liberals in their own. Because far right, far left, yeah, they just far out there.
Right. They're just the extremes I'm talking about, right? Extremes in either direction. the extremes and extremists in either direction are colliding, and it's causing a lot of chaos. And honestly, this is kind of part of the, and then, of course, bringing in the news that Dana White and Turki Al-Sheikh and Nick Khan and, as far as the TKO and, I guess Riyadh season, I'm not sure, merger or partnership that's going to be putting out this new league coming out as well, but kind of validating the reason why people are trying to like get out of this regular system, right? This discretion, all the sanctioning bodies, all the different rules, all the different loopholes, I think the best word to describe it is all of the corruption, right? All of the corruption in the boxing game, and there's corruption everywhere, right? I'm sure the UFC has plenty of corruption going on in there. I mean, all these fighting, but it's just like boxing is the oldest one, and it seems like the most tenured, developed corruption, right? Like to the point where the question has to be asked, can it be fixed? And if it can't be fixed, what's the ultimate solution? Well, is the ultimate solution just taking it all down and starting again, building up something brand new? Because if it can't be fixed, we're either going to accept it for what it is and keep dealing with it on this level, or we're going to be open to whatever solutions is. So if this current model needs to be dissolved or broken down, where the Oscar De La Hoyas of the world, the Eddie Hearns of the world, the Bob Arams of the world, and the sanctioning bodies of the world that are constantly kind of putting their finger in the movement, the forward movement of the sport, then it gets kind of frustrating. So anyway, that being said, we'll talk. We're going to talk about that a little bit. We're definitely going to talk about this merger and this new boxing league. We're going to talk a little bit more of that. We're going to talk about the WBA and Gilberto Mendoza kind of making this statement and retracting, not only retracting the statement, but pulling down the article off their website, which I already happen to have a copy of. So it is what it is. But pulling that down and replacing it with some common sense, which is, I mean, earlier you guys saw me go on my rant yesterday, kind of, breaking down that whole letter and throwing shots at the WBA for even putting out something diabolical like that just wasn't consistent with what they've always stood on. And it was actually a breath of fresh air to see Gilberto Mendoza be honest and be like, yo, bro, hold up. I don't know why that guy wrote that. That's not what we thinking over here, bro. That's not how we carrying it. We still believe in boxing. We still know what the rules are, and we're not going to bend them just to appease a certain idea or whatever have you. We got Canelo Alvarez and William Scull. I believe they're having a press conference today. I know Canelo's in New York. If the press conference is not today, it's tomorrow, but I think it's today. They'll roll out the press conference. Some changes on the undercard a little bit. I believe Martin Bakole and F.A. Ajagba has been added to that undercard over there. So that makes that card that much more interesting. We also have order by the WBC, right, between Dimitri Bivol to defend his WBC title against David Benavidez. So we got to talk about that as far as what the best decision is going to be from Dimitri Bivol's point of view. I'm being honest with you, as the days are going by, I understand Beterbiev's position and what he's owed, which is an opportunity to redeem his loss, the same way he gave Bivol an opportunity to redeem his loss. But at the same time, not too sure how much the belts are important in this, being that they're both undisputed at one point in time. They both have that. This is more personal outside of the actual undisputed title. And also, can it wait? I know Beterbiev is getting older in age, so time is not on his side. But is the Bivol and the Benavidez fight really the fight that probably should be made, right? Like, should it be made now, or should it keep on? Benavidez has been waiting a long time, and I mean, we're going to talk about it, right? But he's been waiting a long time.
Me too.
Yeah, he's been waiting a long time to get an opportunity at a title. He's entertaining making moves to go to the cruiserweight division to compete up there if he's not able to get what he needs to get here. So these are all things that they have to take into consideration of how they're gonna, the decision that they're gonna make, right? I can tell you personally, I'm seeing a lot of talk over the media space, and there's a lot more people from what I'm seeing leaning towards the Benavidez Bivol fight. Even a lot of pundits are like, man, we're ready to see Benavidez get an opportunity at greatness. Plus, Benavidez getting that win is a big move forward in potentially him and Canelo Alvarez fighting in the future if Benavidez can secure an undisputed reign over the light heavyweight division, we might see Canelo Alvarez and David Benavidez come together based off of that accolade. So it's chess, not checkers, right? The Better Biev and Bivol trilogy and their journey up to this point has been an exciting, interesting one, very cerebral, very competitive. But, in the spirit of moving the sport forward, we'll talk about that as well. What else was there that I wanted to talk about?
Talking about Theo, his nonsense. Not really in depth, but
yeah, we can kind of get. He had an interview yesterday. I think I saw an interview with him and Barack and
Barack, right?
And Barack, yeah. And yeah, he's just cringeworthy. You know what I mean? Him trying to justify, validate things that he's doing.
Not even cringe. It's overly strange. Cringe is like weird, right? Weird can bother you, but you can move out the way of weird because you like, you know what? Everybody got a little tendencies and weirdness about them, but that strange shit, you gotta go over there, bro. You picking up
Barack
bottle cans or whatever. That's a Pepsi bottle can, but you pick up Pepsi cans and making hats out of them and trapping birds in their nests. Like, what's wrong with you? Like, why are you doing that for no reason? You know what I mean? Like that's strange. Like those, you know what I mean? Like just picking your skin type shit, bro.
Yeah, I think that it was all from my perspective. It was definitely awkward for Ak and Barack. They were trying to kind of like deal with it and just kind of be like, let's stay on topic and let's speak on it. But you could just and I thought they were close to finally just telling him that
you crazy as shit.
Yeah, I feel like they were this close to being like, we think you're ruining your career. We think you're not doing anything good for your career. Because he was trying to justify him, like, but look, and he's just like, but they saw me, right? Yeah, they were talking about me, right? And he's really trying to like take this perception as some sort of genius in the marketing space.
Like bro, he brought up the Hopkins throwing down a Puerto Rican flag, like that was a good result. Like, did they not see what happened to Bernard?
Yeah, he almost lost his life, and
you know what I'm saying? Like he put that, bro.
Right, and then him even referencing, wanting to bring back in the day, like bring back it being cool to use racism. I don't know. Like, it was just like, I don't think he was connecting the dots all the way. You definitely see the mental development, like the lack of development on like maturity. Like he's definitely looked like a child in that interview, even the way he was wearing the do-rag thing hanging to the side with the hat, the sunglasses in the interview. He kept on looking like this every time he talked to them, which I think is him like kind of like saying stupid stuff and reading their face as they're like, bro, that didn't make any sense.
So let me tell you what I took from that. That whole thing is mocking. Like, it's so beyond normal. Like him just mocking the Black American all in general from like the style. Nobody's been recognizing the do-rag and stuff, bro. I have. You mentioned it the other day, and I'm pretty sure people make connections, but I'm just like, bro, you're overly doing this. Like, why? And you're not getting it. People are really out there holding back on whipping your ass, and they telling you, like, Barack was like, yo, man, you coming up here right now and ain't a good look, but hey, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
it's unnecessary. It's almost case study worthy. You know what I mean? It's almost case study worthy because he's not accepting the fact that it's not hitting the way he thinks it's hitting.
Right.
He really smiles into it like, yeah, like it's just ruining you. And I think you're not gonna feel it until you lose, right? Like when you lose again, that's when you're gonna realize like how superficial, artificial, you know what I mean? It was just real artificial. It wasn't real. And it's going to be, people are, you know what I mean? It is what it is. Getting into it with people with fans who are calling them out on the racism and the people who are standing with him and like one, I don't know. It is what it is.
Man, I was very upset.
That was weird. That's weird,
point, bro. I was like, I said that. I'm like
actually getting ready to physically get into it with somebody over this kid's nonsense instead of, why don't you use that energy to like tell him that's not necessary, bro. Hey, bro, you don't need to do that. That's not working. And what are you doing? You're pointing the finger at the people who he's talking at and calling them out, saying, why you ain't fighting him? He said this to you. Legitimately, just to kind of put it on wax, the internet's forever. I'm all for all of those guys not fighting T.O. off the strength of what he's saying. I think that he needs to be starved to a degree, because forget about changing his mindset. But I do think a precedent, one can argue a legitimate precedent could be set right now to make a stand against exploiting the idea of racism. You know what I'm saying? Like we need to make it like not cool to do that. Like, I'm not fighting you. I'm not responding to you. We're not going to go ahead and feed into that, because you're here believing like this is something that should be here. Right. You know, whereas back in the day, I think people look at the racism that happened back in the day and said to themselves, wow, that was unfortunate that was like that. That was an unfortunate time. And thank God we made it out of that time. And we're in a place right now where that's not the status quo. But you guys try to, in what T.O. was saying in that interview, is basically that he wants to bring that back. He feels like that's necessary for the game. And it's kind of like, that's where your critical thinking skills kind of come into question when we start looking at you not being a thinker. Why does that need to be part of the game? Because it represented a very not good time in the history of this country. It represented a time that we wish we did better, that people look back at it and wish we as a people, as a human race, as you starting to say, even our white brothers and sisters, our Spanish brothers, like people who lived in that time, look back at that time and was like, that was an unfortunate time in American history. Is that to be replicated and brought back? Right. For what? So you can sell tickets?
And bro, he even tried not to say that his mom is black. He actually didn't say it. You heard when he tried to describe himself, right? He was like, yeah, I'm a Spaniard and
his mom is black?
Yeah, she Honduran. Yo, he's like in Honduran. And I was like, bro, his mom
but she's not black. She's just
his mom is black. Like, no, she's black.
Yeah, you're talking about the skin, but you're not talking about yeah. No, they don't recognize it that way.
She's of African descent. Can I really yeah, she is, Ross Clark.
Nah, yeah, but you're trying to sell something. No,
I know what I'm saying. She's of African descent, but
it's not accepted, right? Like, you have to understand that although you can trace bloodline,
I got what you're saying. The guy that tried to protect T.O., right? He did the same thing, right? So the other content creator, which is crazy. But listen, man, here's another thing I don't think he touched on. And it wasn't just, he's not even getting just at blacks, Clay. It was a little condescending message he sent to Barbosa was really weird too about Mexicans, bro. He had a little.
I didn't watch the whole interview. I wasn't able to sit through it all, so I'm pretty sure I missed a lot of it. I pretty much stopped about 15 minutes in, 10 minutes in. I don't know how long it took me before I was like, okay, I'm straight. I'm good off. I'm going to watch it and force myself to watch it because I want to see if anything was in there, but I did stop watching. I just couldn't finish. I just couldn't finish watching the interview. But and Edward Morris said, Punch Drunk is a fool. Yeah, Punch, man. Crazy. Punch, man. Like, I don't know, bro. Like,
that's just that was nonsense.
The whole idea, and then I've heard Punch speak about not being with the racism, right? But he wants, inside of boxing, though, in the spirit of fights being made, he feels like this should be acceptable, right? That's his whole point. That's what he says, at least, right? On a service level, he says that he doesn't support it. He doesn't think it's a good thing, but he feels like we all should accept that in boxing. And it's like, right. I think you've been kind of like brainwashed or something. Like, it doesn't need, that's not true. It doesn't, on the contrary, you can stand up next to it and acknowledge that, and especially when you look at the divide in boxing right now. You look at how the Tank fans and just how everybody's hanging on to anger and frustrated. The mere fact that you're at a press conference the way you was yesterday, and that you're almost getting into a fight, physically threatening to slap somebody, like dealing with somebody who's threatening your physical safety, should put the onus on it not being worth the toxic side effect of it. It's obviously leaving boxing and going into other arenas. And we still, as men, have an accountability and responsibility towards society moving in the right direction for our children and our children's children. Why add gasoline or continue to push a narrative that you say you don't even believe in, just trying to exploit and trigger people and hoping that their reaction is going to be to respond by, I'm going to beat him up?
Right.
The sport of boxing is a competitive sport. The best fighting the best doesn't have to be built on the foundation of hatred. It can be built off the strength of competition, off of I think I'm better than you. I think you trash. I think all these different things that you can approach it with, the energy you can approach it with in order to entice somebody to fight you. You don't have to throw shots at a whole entire race off the strength of getting a fight with one man one time. It doesn't, the end result doesn't, the ends don't justify the means, if that makes any sense. It just doesn't, right?
It does. I mean, it's like, do you really know what Joe Louis, Jack Dempsey, Sugar Ray Robinson, the whole Murders Row black fighters, do you know what they went through to be where they are? And think about it, the Murderers Row couldn't even get fights with the champions, bro.
Right.
Like they was held out because of this. Like, bro, know the history. I mean, I can go all the way back to Jack Johnson. The dude had to go fight in Australia and Germany and places like that because they wouldn't allow him to fight in the States at some point. Bro, right. It's so bad to say the ignorant and non-tolerable stuff like that, bro, where it comes to why do you need that in boxing? Like, it's international enough.
It starts to look like a lack of education.
Yeah,
that's what it looks like. You know, I'm not trying to call these guys uneducated. I don't know them like that. I don't know. I'm sure, you know, they can go down, you know, if they want to prove their education, I'm sure they could, but it does seem like there's some ignorance in there or lack of accountability, maybe. Like, I don't know, because, you know, whatever, let's just say that situation yesterday with Punch and T.O. and T.O.'s father turned into something crazy, right? Like violent. Let's say it turned all the way up, and let's say somebody lost their life, or you know, let's just say the whole event had to be shut down. Police had to come in and kick everybody out because it got so crazy, right?
Right.
Why are you choosing to look like that in front of the world?
Publicly, bro.
Turkey's getting involved in this. You have distinct people of distinguished demeanors, right, in the space trying to invest into the boxing space. They go and they pack out 80,000 plus people in the UK. They're not dealing with that. They go and they're doing all these big events, and they come to America, and there's this ignorant, deep-rooted, ignorant energy going on in this community. And instead of showing your best foot and showing yourself to be, you know, of a certain quality of individual, you double down into the ignorance that a lot of other people in the boxing space, most people in the boxing space, as far as boxers are concerned, even if they feel that way, don't feel the need to tap into that energy, right? Even Ade Adolopo, as a somebody from England and from Africa, probably more deeper than England, right? Watches T.O. and finally had to speak on and be like, it's just too much. Is this what you guys are doing here? I mean, if this would make somebody question getting involved in doing business with y'all, right? Like, it could push to that point where it's like, I don't know if I necessarily want to be, you know, enabling this. You guys aren't past this. It's 2025, and you guys are still out here having mini race wars inside of boxing. Is that what you're doing?
Right. And like, it's not enough things going on in the world, bro. Like, just to try to bring something to such a small. Don't get me wrong. Boxing is global. The sport is a sport, right? Sports are big in general, but compared to the population or the world, man, it's just a speck on the ground, bro. It ain't even something you can't even see. And you're bringing so much attention to it, and you're adding so much, the negativity you're adding to it based upon what, bro? Attention? Bro, like you said, childish, right? And then you start hearing it resonate more and more as he starts talking about his child and his ex-wife and this, and it's a lot of resentment. But then you kind of wonder why your ex-wife don't want you around your son. Why your ex-wife is acting the way she's acting. You start wondering, is it her? Are you really putting it on her? Or is it you? Because it look like you're the problem. It don't look like she's the problem. It's like you're the reason why. Yeah, let's go to court because we're going to explain this. Matter of fact, all that you're doing on TV, that's recorded. All that you're doing in these videos, that's recorded. So when them lawyers start being, look, why this guy got to be around a kid acting like this? And I got to go see kids in Mexico at the border and all that stuff he said, bro, that was just weird. All
Yeah.
weird, unnecessary content yesterday. Unfortunately, we got the information, but it's good that we got it, but it's just bad and unfortunate.
Yeah, it's bad. It's unfortunate. And I mean, this, like what we're doing right now, right? He considers it, this is the purpose, what we're doing right now, right? So if he's watching right now and seeing us speaking on this, he's going to say to himself, that's why I'm doing it. Look how you guys are talking about it. It's keeping my name in the algorithm. I
Okay.
guess, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I guess, man. But, you know, ultimately your name is in the algorithm. I don't know how much money it's bringing you yet. I don't know if it's manifested into the money you want. Do you believe that Turkey Al-Sheikh is getting you into these fights because he sees how triggering you are and how racist you are? Maybe that is what got you there. I don't know, man. But like I said earlier, I'm all for every single fighter, every single black fighter specifically. And if he's saying something about the Mexicans too. If he says something about the Puerto Ricans too. I'm all in favor of every single last one of them boycotting, not fighting him off the strength of what he's saying, just simply off that and communicating that. I love that Keyshawn said, I'm not fighting you, bro. I'm not rewarding you. And I don't care how you guys feel about it. You know what I mean? Oh, that's soft. That's not soft. That's called accountability. It's called being an adult. You know what I mean? Grow the hell up, bro. No, you don't deserve to be rewarded for that, bro. There's children watching this.
Shakur. Oh, right. I'm cool with Shakur, bro. I was rooting him on and yelling out stuff for the man. Man, listen. Acknowledging you is not what it is, bro.
The children and the youth and the younger and the casual fans, I'll say, I won't even say the children. I'll say the casual fans that event was designed to pull in are people who are legitimately being introduced to this sport on a high level, right? Young people who have been watching Jake Paul or been watching these different versions of combat sports, and not been watching boxing as far as from a hardcore fan's point of view. This event, Fatal Fury in New York, is supposed to be some sort of open door olive branch to the casual fan space to come in, be entertained, visually stimulated by all the cool things, but ultimately be able to see boxing and get interested in boxing. And you're introducing a new generation of people who are not familiar with what it was back in the day like that. And you're showing them how boxing should be, right? So now they're coming in being like, oh man, so racist is what you're supposed to be, because you feel like it should stay here. We should always be using racism. Right. But don't use it in real life, outside in the streets. We're not telling you to go outside and be racist, but inside of boxing, yeah, man, racism. You can't have one without the other, because these fans don't separate it like that. They take it into the people who are confronting Teofimo and confronting Punch and confronting Teo's father yesterday weren't in the boxing spirit. They were in the who you talking to spirit. Those people aren't going to give you money. They're not going to be in the ring with you. Those aren't people you're supposed to be wanting that kind of energy from. But that's what ended up happening. It is what it is.
And Skills is right. Like, that's all he does. He quotes black artists. He reads about all different cultures too. It ain't just that. I mean, apparently he reads. Like you said, he ain't turned that one page. He was in that, and when he did turn, as a matter of fact, he did turn pages. But anyway, way too fast. But yeah, it does seem to show some disconnect, but try to keep to the culture. You know what I mean? And he's been with the culture for a long time, Clay. He's from the boroughs. He do what he do. You know what I mean? But he just ignorant, bro. Beyond ignorant. Like, again, I don't even want to keep harping on it. It was just something that was in the media, and I wanted to touch base on that interview yesterday. That's why I actually watched it, because you always ask me if I watched it, and for sure I did, bro. And I was going to say that. Damn. Freaking was on point. I was gonna say, they're gonna be in New York, out in the street, out in the open, in Times Square. Now, I hope he understands the danger that he's in. You know what I mean? That situation.
Not only the danger he's in, the danger that everybody else is in.
The other fighters.
That's the energy and the spirit that you're invoking. The kind of things that are going to be happening in the crowd. And to even think that you would see that and be celebrating that, like, yeah, man, they were fighting on the crowd, man. It was wild. That's what I want, man. That's what boxing need to be. Does it? Mm-hmm. I don't know, man. I don't know if it needs. I don't know if that word, the need to be the. I don't know if that's necessarily true, right? So, I mean, we'll see it. Yeah. We'll see it do what it does, man.
That's why I asked you if you seen. And I didn't want to keep harping on that. If you seen a little side clip from Devin talking to him on stage, I'm pretty sure some people see it. He was like, yo, man, yo, he on drugs. He talked to the guy. I guess it's some type of manager from Top Rank or somewhere next to him. He's like, yo, he on drugs. How you deal with this guy? Yo, I'm telling you, he's on drugs. He's like, yo, I'm not on drugs, bro. He's like, y'all just boring. He's like, no, you're crazy. He goes, humble yourself. He's like, what do you mean? And they're like whispering. He just starts doing the snoring thing and all that. And then was like, yo, I don't know how you deal with this guy, bro. He's really on something. Like, y'all need to get him checked out. Like, it was crazy that someone, and Devin never talks that I never heard of, but they have a conversation. Like, Devin just starts laughing like, yo, something wrong with you, bro.
Yeah, it's an act, in my opinion, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if he's on drugs, but I definitely say the way he's acting, it's that bad to where you have to entertain and ask yourself if he's on. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's that extreme. It's that bad because you're doing it. You're doing this at the end of the day. You're doing a disservice to yourself, bro. Like, and this whole idea, and he says, "Oh, I don't care. I don't care what people think about me. You know, I don't care." You're just compensating for you do care, because the reason I know you care is because you're doing all this stuff so you can get somebody to look at you and pay attention to you.
Yeah.
You're just lying to yourself right now and getting yourself through doing stupid stuff, trying to convince yourself that you don't care. But we'll see. Time will tell if you care. The time will tell the story the best. You know what I mean? Like, we'll find out in 3 to 5 years as time goes by. We'll find out. We'll find out if you really didn't care, if this was a good move, and watch you live with yourself and live with the image that you've made of yourself and have to live in that world and exist as the person who everybody, and you'll be on a campaign trying to, hey guys, I'm not racist. I'm tired of people calling me. I'm not, you know, trying to like make it sound like people are unfairly judging you because you don't care, right? So when you go on this campaign to push back at people unfairly judging you, it's because you don't care. No, it's because you care, bro. That's why, and it's going to show and prove. You'll see. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
But moving along, moving the needle along here to WBA President Gilberto Mendoza speaking for himself, right? Speaking for himself and responding to the backlash. You have to say it's the backlash that he got from the boxing space, probably holding the sanctioning body, the WBA sanctioning body, accountable for what they're saying, right?
Right.
And let me see here. WBA Purduing. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can find it. Thank you for your respect. I must disagree because of external writer column and website. His opinion was being considered a final championship. Respectfully saying that anyone is misconstructing anything is intellectually dishonest. A writer that posted an article on your website said, from our perspective, please stop misconstructing this. Oh, he's getting into it with legitimate people who are challenging him as well. Let me pull this up real quick here on Twitter real quick here. Bear with me here.
I see something about that earlier.
Hold on one second here. Share screen. Roberto, share. Right. So here it looks like in the past 24 hours, he's been getting a lot of pushback, right? From people who are basically holding him accountable for what his website is saying, right? So here we got Matt from Brunch Boxing, I guess Brunch Boxing CEO and host, who says, respectfully saying that anyone is misconstructing anything is intellectually dishonest. A writer that posted an article on your website said, from our perspective, if you're saying he was wrong, so be it, but don't pretend like media is making up what their eyes saw, right? Basically saying that, I guess Gilberto Mendoza is basically saying that we're misinforming or misreading the information that was put out in that letter, right? So that letter, which I have right here, of course, because I'm a pain in the butt, right? Is what I do. Hold on one second here. Where is it? Where did I do the letter? Did I get rid of it? I know I didn't get rid of it. Is this it? No, this is the one. This is that. Okay, I might have to go pull it up again. I know I have it, but I gotta go find it. But the letter that his associate put out there was very clear. I broke it down yesterday for everybody, right? I put it up and I read it for everybody, word for word, and broke down what the letter was saying. If you want to deny what the guy in your company said that you hired to represent your interests and write articles on behalf of the WBA, do that. But to try to play the game like we're misreading it or we're misinforming the people is disingenuous, right? Let me see here. Boom. However, we believe the parties expressed. Please stop misleading. Yeah, here it is right here. I think this is what they were responding to right here, right? Please stop misleading an opinion from a collaborator of the WBA boxing website. He doesn't belong to any committee, has any influence or opinion in any matter of our association. So he's catching a lot of heat. He's catching a lot of heat, man. He is catching a lot of heat over this situation. Same day weigh in, boxer Jim, however, it doesn't mean it's changing because of I'm not stubborn or hard-headed. Yeah, he's having a hard time dealing with this situation. But ultimately, what it's coming down to with him is that the WBA, and he understands it, what it is and what it's supposed to be is you take the knee, it's a knockdown, right? There's rules to this whole situation. Now, the question is this whole discretion thing. How do you feel about this whole discretion thing? Like what is that all about? Like, and I think it's important to kind of discuss, because does that give the referees free reign inside of the ring to amend rules as they see fit in the ring? Like, what does that mean?
So, according to what I heard, you have the law, the law, and then you have the bylaws, right? The bylaws kind of like protect the official, because you know what I mean. Sometimes things happen. I was actually watching on Pro Box I don't know if you watched Pro Box with the other night with Paulie and they had the referee on there from their show, and how he said you know what I mean, sometimes we get it wrong. Sometimes these things happen, but for the most part, we have to take accountability, right? We do have to own that, because if we miss something like that, we understand. So I just think that a lot of times they look to favor ways of mistakes happening. So the rule of these things are how it's interpreted. I was going to say that how it's interpreted. 2 cents is on point, right? Is what's the discretion about? Like how is discretion met in this case? You know what I mean? If the rule here says this, but you have a decision, right? You have a real time decision to make in live time.
Mm-hmm.
You don't make that decision. It's basically based on what you see fit for the moment. But the fact is, the moment he started counting should have been the onus of that, right? And apparently somebody had said something about when you start counting a certain amount. I forgot who it was. Like the judges have to start getting involved. So I think it was rep over there. It was like the judges didn't get involved at a certain point, and then they have to mark their cards. So the discretion is, why did the refs stop counting? Oh, we're not marking this. We're going to leave it as that because we're the outside officials, and he's inside the ring. He doesn't see it as a knockdown. We're going to move forward, which is crazy. So I guess that's what they mean. Like all the officials collectively have to come to an agreement, I would suppose. I don't know, Clay. That's a really big question. You definitely put me on the radar for that, but it's okay. I take that to interpretation that I got from the ref on Pro Box.
Right. I think the word is being used very loosely, and it's getting to the point to like it's kind of being weaponized a little bit. And I think that's kind of dangerous. I think this discretion terminology is kind of dangerous, because it in so many ways it's kind of giving the referee a lack of accountability and free reign to move as he sees fit, even if he sees fit doesn't coincide with fair play in the ring, right? If it doesn't coincide with it, it doesn't necessarily, it's not the most important part of him using his discretion. It just seems like, you know, his authority is like you can't question his authority. Right. And I think that's kind of dangerous, you know. I like what 2 Cents put here. He said discretion is how the rules interpreted, but you have to call something. I think that last part he put on there is very important, having to call something. Well, what did he call that day? He didn't even do that right? Like there's no part of that whole entire experience that said that had any legitimacy to it. It was just so many different things. But if all of that is able to be pushed to the side and covered up with a big red stamp on it that says referee discretion, I think that's diabolical, right? That you can disregard how Tank took the knee, that you can disregard him sticking his head out of the ring, that you can disregard Calvin Ford getting up on the platform and wiping his face, that you can disregard the shoulder checking that he did to Lamont Roach during the fight, that all that can just go away and we can just wrap it up in a big bow and stamp the discretion on it and move on to the next chapter, right? Like, no more questions, okay?
Right.
Referee discretion, we're done. Like, really? Like, are we going to use this as some sort of uniform, like, new way of referees now? Because I'm going to tell you straight up.
I was just about to say Pandora's box. You're opening a whole new can of worms, and it's going to tamper with the whole onus of boxing. Clay, it's going to change. It's already corruption that Tony Atlas talks about all the time, right? Now we're digging deeper. Like I said, we're opening Pandora's box to a different. Now the officials have discretion. The officials can, and they don't have to have reason. You know what I mean? It's almost like you get into other sports.
Well, they have to have a reason, but the reason doesn't have to be something we agree with. It just has to be like legitimately. They could be like, I felt like when I saw it, he gave me an energy, like it was looking like, and it was feeling like. So he can speak like this. Like that, you know what I mean? Like feeling, and I from what my interpretation and understand as I was making he can use this language now to cover up corruption.
Right.
He can be corrupt and be infallible because he can be using his quote unquote discretion.
Right. But I was about to say, it's like the Kansas City Chiefs again, right? I mentioned this yesterday on Just Do channel. I'm like, yo, this is the whole thing. The officials can choose. Oh, he didn't go offsides. Oh, he didn't hold. Oh, that wasn't pass interference. Oh, flagrant foul, whatever they call it, roughing the passer. Yep, that was that. But you're looking at it as none of these things are true because then the other team has the same situation going on, and you're like, that's not that. That wasn't that. Oh, no, you're definitely getting a flag for that. Oh, you're getting a flag for that. You know what I mean? Like, you're using your discretion in the wrong way to motivate the sport and push it along to protect something else. It's just weird, bro. And the energy can't be like that. It's like you got to fight 2 fights, and you shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't be like that, man.
You know, I see Bub. You know what I mean? Of course, you know, Bub always shares his opinion.
Weed today, so he in the bushes. So leave him alone. Let him stay in the bushes, bro.
So he said, "Now we need to ref the ref." Yeah, crybabies are destroying boxing. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's not about crybabies destroying boxing. It's about fans, right? Who just want to accept boxing where it's at, but will cry later about the corruption in the sport. But when you have an opportunity to stand against something that's clearly not right, you call anybody who stands on that being a crybaby, right? It's the same way as people pushing back at Lamont Roach now for having his lawyers, you know what I mean, petition for the right thing to happen, for the knockdown to be acknowledged, and for that the scorecard to reflect the knockdown in the 9th round. Oh man, dog, that's what you're doing, bro. Now you going. Our culture is diabolically toxic, bro. We are conditioned to tear down, keep everybody in an ignorant place. Anybody who tries to think for themselves the community is trained to focus on that person and bring him back down to reality that life ain't fair for us, bro. Who are you to fight for something for yourself? Get in line and understand you ain't better than nobody. You don't deserve more for yourself. What are you saying? If you deserve more for yourself, I don't think I deserve more for myself. So are you better than me now because you want more for yourself and I don't want more? Like, you guys are just like, you can't make this shit up, right? Like, the conditioning of the mind state in our community is diabolical, bro. Like, it's crazy.
I know exactly what it is, Clay. He wants you to show his picture. That's what it is. He wants you to show him and his friends hanging out. That's what he's begging for. That's why I say in the bushes, I just got it. You know what I mean? He want his picture shown. He want everybody to see what he looked like. You know what I mean? So while he does that, we're gonna touch on that, right? Why are we touching on that? Because you asked him a question the other day on something that he mentioned, right? About Bud being referenced to Tank. Then you broke it down and you even went to the same side of the street as him, right? And you asked him, yo, okay, so you're admitting this was wrongdoing, right? So tell me what you think. Still haven't got an answer. But the whole onus of, oh, y'all crybabies and y'all, okay, so if that's what we are, what are you doing? Because right now you're crying about somebody else crying, right? Let's keep it real. Let's keep it 100. And see double standards. Yes, it's a double standard because you're crying for somebody else crying, and you want to be heard louder. It's cool. You've been heard, but I told you, look, I'm gonna keep it real with you, bro. You're gonna be on a pay list. Like, in order for us to read your information, it got to come through in color, bro. Because some of the stuff you say is just crazy. And I get it, Bubs. Like, I respect you, man, as a human being, as a man. I respect you. I promise you. But sometimes I think you need to really say what you're saying to yourself before you say it out loud. Like, seriously, see how that works. See how silly it sounds, because you're protecting somebody and you're defending something that's a sport. Okay, it ain't that big of a deal, bro. Like, we're all on a whole nother trail of conversation because of this. I mean, I'm going back to Clay. I'm gonna let Clay rock on, but you just got to stay focused on the plan, bro. Listen to the scenarios, bro. Let it happen.
Right. So, I mean, answer what question? What's the question? Clay, did you not say that? Clay said if a knee touches the ground for any reason. No, I didn't say for any reason. I say if the fighter I don't know. How about this? I'm gonna say it now. Whatever it is that I said, I'm not gonna go into my mental Rolodex. I don't think that's what I said, but I don't care as much, right? I don't think that's the point. If a fighter voluntarily, out of his own discretion, takes a knee, it's a knockdown. It's a mandatory 10 count. That's the rule, right? So if he takes a knee because he fell, he didn't take a knee voluntarily. If he slips, he didn't take a knee voluntarily. If he takes the time to take a knee of his own volition, because that's what he wants to do. He wants to take a knee. He wants to stop the action. That's what the goal is in taking a knee. When Tank took the knee, he didn't slip. He took a knee so that, hold on. That's what he was saying. If you do that, it's a 10 count. That's to your understanding of the sport as well as mine. I don't believe you if you say you have another understanding of that theory. I think you're being disingenuous. I think we all know what we saw, and that's why it's causing an uproar, right? He says, now you're clearing it up. Well, what I'm saying is, wherever confusion you have, because I don't think a lot of people in here have the same confusion as you, but you clearly have a confusion based on something you feel like you heard me say. So I'm clearing up your confusion by putting the real context to the whole idea of the action being stopped in the ring and why it needs a mandatory 10 count. So if you feel like, or 8 count, if you feel like that's still confusing, do you have any problems with that statement that I said? Do you have any problems with an involuntary, a voluntary kneel, which means he didn't slip? Because you try to compare it to the Crawford situation yesterday, and what was the difference? Crawford didn't slip, right? He got hit. He tried to clinch. Dude kind of pushed down on him. The referee saw that as a slippage. Didn't see it as a knockout because of the way it looked visually. There's no confusion with what Tank did. Nobody thinks he slipped. Nobody thinks he tripped. Nobody thinks something. We saw him look, make a decision, a clear-minded decision, and he took a knee. And on top of that, he capitalized on him stopping the action to take advantage of that momentary time that the action wasn't happening, to run to his corner and get the treatment that he wanted. It is what it is. It is what it is. Damn what I said. How about that? Damn what I said. I'm saying this now. How about that? Right? Because what's your point? Because now that we've gotten past that, do you have any disagreement with what I'm saying right now? Right? That's what counts, right? As far as I'm concerned, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, brother. You know what I mean? Damn what I said yesterday. Just like the referee, right? I'm using my discretion. You know what I'm saying? We're good to go, right?
Yo,
right? I have authority. I have authority on my space and my platform to say, damn what happened yesterday, and I've replaced it with what's relevant and what contextually needs to be held on top of everything else, the priority, which is what I'm saying now. If you have an issue of what I'm saying now, please feel free to rebut that issue. If you don't like, if you are you in disagreement, is there a scenario where a fighter can voluntarily, of his own volition, take a knee and it not be a standing 8 count? Okay, all right then. So, but you know, what I mean, we'll move on. Okay, I'm going to YouTube. Yeah, go to the YouTube commission and petition, baby, and I'll be waiting. You know what I'm saying? No problem.
Yeah.
That's what they're there for. That's what they're there for, man.
Right.
Use all your all of your resources. But yeah, man. So the WBA doing this, I think it's going to be interesting. I'm going to tell you guys what I think is going to happen. What I think is going to happen is I don't think they're going to overturn anything. I think they're going to use. I think they're prepping us up to use this discretion word, and I think it's going to hurt boxing. And I think what's going to end up happening is you're opening the door for a new wave, a new thing to be built, because I believe the fans, even the fans in the building, booed Tank, and 90% of those fans in that building were Tank fans, clearly. Yep. And even they booed. So I think that to me, I think there's a good chance that represented an actual exhaustion with boxing, with the corruption of the sport. Like, people generally responded with like, oh, we kind of tired of this nonsense. What are y'all doing? What are we doing here, bro? Like, what are we talking about? He said he got grease in his hair, in his eye. So you know, and the onus has been put on the powers that be in boxing to do something for the sport of boxing, right? It's not about Tank. It's not about hatred towards Tank or being angry towards Tank. Has nothing to do. It's just a fight that he happened to be the one to wield his A-side privilege in front of a bunch of cameras, and the whole entire boxing community is looking towards the WBA, is looking towards the New York State Athletic Commission, is looking towards the powers that be, and they're looking at them going, what are y'all going to do about this? And if you guys are going to use a word like discretion to throw in our face, you know what I'm saying, as to why we should go against, as far as why we should go against everything we've known boxing to be, to accept a new thing in boxing now, I think we're getting close to a point of chaos, to where the sport is just losing a lot of energy.
I think it's going to go to a point where it may even go to the legal system, Clay. We got the Pro Box, the owner of Pro Box, who submitted the letter to the WBA and to the New York State Athletic Commission, with the lawyer's signature attached to it as well, mentioning the fact that this was not even just the knee, just the fact that all the infractions that happened after the knee took place. So, like I said, okay, the knee was a split decision. Let's blame it on the knee. But what about the other two things that happened? You're not allowed to put your head out the ring. You're not allowed to have somebody touch you without the ref stopping the fight. Those are blatant. Those are big no-nos. There was no necessary reason for that. That's outside of the refs. That becomes the official also's hand outside the ring, because now you're putting it on the sanctioning body for that, allowing that to happen, because the rules change at that point. Everything that happens inside that ring is pretty much on the ref. But once he does the other antics and you get people involved outside, now you're breaking all the protocols of security. You're breaking all the protocols of health and safety of the other fighter, because look what happened. This guy touched the fighter with a towel. We don't know what was on that towel. We don't know what it could have been anything, right? He could have had some Narcan in that, right? Amp him up a little bit. He going there now, he can get his energy up. We don't know what happened. So at the end of the day, you have to understand is the infractions after that also play a part. And we're going to see what the New York State Athletic Commission deals with, because I think they're in talks. I think the WBA and they're trying to convince the New York State Athletic Commission not to reverse this call. And that's where all the legal terminology is coming from. And they're doing that because they're trying to protect themselves and make it about them. Like, they're trying to make it like, look, we have, and then they're probably like, look, you see this right here? This is what you said. He voluntarily took the knee. And I'm pretty sure they read the same rules and the same descriptions of things that you mentioned and posted on our page. So you know what? It is what it is. We'll have to wait and find out. It's like waiting for Christmas. You got to open that present on Christmas and see what you got. But hey, when it happens, we're gonna find out.
Yeah. I think that yeah, I agree with you. I think there's a lot of things that's coming into question, but I do think, what ends up happening is the argument starts to come out as to the corruption in the sport becoming something that's out of control, right? There's no control. There's no control to what's going on. Salute ETB, salute.
Peace.
What's happening is now the corruption in the sport, if they don't regulate this and they don't get in front of this, it's going to look like, just on the outside looking in, it's just going to look like it's out of control. And here you open up the door where people are pushing back at what Turkey's doing or what he represents, which I'm okay with, right? But what my whole thing is, if we're not going to hold if we're not going to have consistency in the way we deal with the rules and the regulations of boxing, then you're leaving the window opening. And you're leaving the window opening. And what's going to happen is Turkey is not going to be here. He's not here to participate anymore. He's here to take over, right? Because clearly there's some leadership issues in the way boxing is moving. And he's going to try his best to structure some new league where there's more structure. If you heard Dana White talk yesterday, you know what I'm saying, in any of his interviews, you hear him talking about the lack of organization, right? The lack of organization in the sport. He's almost like Donald Trumping it a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And the way he's coming into it, basically saying, right? He's coming in like law and order, structure. We need to protect the fighters in the space. We need to protect the integrity of the sport. We need to make sure that the sport is structured, that the champions are fighting the best fighters out there, that everybody's getting opportunities to do things and blah, blah, blah. He's kind of like at his pulpit right now. And right on the back end of this thing that happened on Saturday, ears are open more than they've ever been to something new and something that makes more sense. Go ahead. You were going to say something.
I'm about to go take care of the dog real quick. But before I do that, I just wanted to mention, did you not even notice Spence putting out the RIPs, rest in peace? Multiple. He put about 3 or 4 of them out. It's a sign, y'all. He telling y'all.
No, he talking about this dude that just got shot with the dude's daughter. And
that's what he talking about. I heard about that too. I heard the responses, but he put something else with the tape situation. But okay, if that's what that was, I seen that. But I was like, what does this got to do with boxing? But okay, never mind. I pull back and I hold my judgment on that. But yeah, back to what you're saying, Clay. This is crazy. This is diabolical. This is what we need, though. And it doesn't matter if it's Dana White or freaking Bob Barker. I really don't give a damn who it is. The fact is that they do need some type of system. They do need a commission. And I'm telling you, boxing doesn't have one solid commission. And once they get that involved, I don't care if it's a representative of each sanctioning body. I don't care if it's, you know what I mean? Like, they just need a group of people that can make these decisions and this task go over well. You know what I mean? Deliberately get these allegations or whatever the case may be through the window. So we ain't waiting and being like, yo, this rule was here, there, and that. It's crazy. It's like we just got too much going on. And they need to work on that pronto. And I think if this league starting up is going to take care of that, I'm all for it, man. Yeah. All right, let me go take care of the mutt.
All right. Yeah, getting my thoughts together here, but this I saw Dana White on Stephen A. Smith yesterday, and I guess he's on a media campaign right now, kind of like rolling out and introducing the world to this new league that they're putting together. And from what I understand, they don't even have a name for the league yet, right? This is something that they're working on, but officially working on as far as documented. They've come together and they're going to begin to start to prepare for this rollout of their first event. Rumor has it might even be the Canelo Alvarez Terrence Crawford event, but hasn't been confirmed. I'm also hearing that they're looking for a network deal. There's a good chance that Netflix is going to be part of this conversation as well. There's a lot of things that are coming on the back end of this thing. But when off the back end of watching what happened with Tank this weekend with the PBC, with the WBA, with whoever the production company is, as far as a replay not being available all of a sudden and they're not having access to all these different things, it opens the door. People are getting tired of the corruption. I believe it. I know me personally, I definitely am. We've been dealing with the corruption in the sport of boxing for a very long time. This is not nothing new, right? But it does get to a point to where, at what point will that hair be too much and break the camel's back, right? At what point does it become too much? At what point does it become, you know what, I'm tired of this? You know what I mean? And then you have a new wave come in that's offering the structure, that's offering the accountability, right? And that's offering the fighters, that's from the fans' point of view, right? That's offering the accountability and the structure and the thing that you can count on. But from the boxer's point of view, I believe that if you're not an A side, I don't think there's any argument that there's way more B sides in boxing than there are A sides, right? I think by nature, we understand that there are way more A sides than B sides. And to hear Coach Breadman talking on the Pro Box show yesterday, talking about his exhaustion with these things that always happen as far as corruption is happening, it's always happening in the favor of the A side. He recognizes it, right? It's been happening forever. And of course, Paulie Malignaggi sitting there with Breadman going, oh God, tell me about it, right? This is something that's been happening for a very, very long time in the sport. And there's an exhaustion from the B sides, right? I'm going to call them, I'm going to classify them as they've been called by boxing fans and by the boxing media space for years. The B sides are getting exhausted with the idea of now this word discretion being weaponized and used as an excuse or a way for a referee to treat somebody unfairly in the ring. Because without a doubt, there's a legitimate argument to say that Lamont Rose was treated unfairly. I think that's an understatement to say that he didn't benefit at all. The referee was on tank. You can show different instances in the ring where the referee is definitely showing some, why are you just holding Lamont accountable? When Gervonta threw the shoulder in his mouth, and Lamont reacted by hitting him with a right hand, and the referee just chastising Lamont, kind of giving Tank a little, maybe some might want to call it false sense of authority in the ring. But when you watch what happened in the ninth round, I don't know if it was a false narrative at all or a false sense of security at all. I think one could argue he does have that kind of leverage in the ring, right? So it leaves an opening for a Dana White to come into the space, a Turki Al-Sheikh to come into the space, a Nick Khan to come into space, right? A whole new promotional based company to come into the space. And now they're trying to introduce, not only as a promotional company, but as an actual league in itself with its own belt. And what's that belt going to be? Let's be honest, guys, right? I don't know it for sure if that's what it's going to be, but I'll tell you that the sanctioning bodies have got to start feeling some kind of way about what's ultimately coming. Because if the WBA is not going to handle this accordingly, and they're going to leave this word discretion in there as a way to get around rules that we've all come to understand that stand in boxing, then what's ultimately going to happen? The credibility of these belts are going to go away. The credibility of these fights are going to go away. And it's going to come to a point to where, what a lot of people have been wanting in boxing for such a long time. One belt, one goal. The best fight the best. I think that's a simple idea that boxing fans have always kind of wanted it to be. How much more simple does it get than that? As far as us as fans to understand, one belt, one goal, the best fight the best. That's what the boxing fans want. And with Turki Al-Sheikh's new acquisition of Ring Magazine and ultimately having stake control in the Ring Magazine belt, this belt right here may ultimately end up being the biggest prize that you can get in boxing. Literally and figuratively, right? Literally as far as the money, right? That Turkey's can produce, the prize, and figuratively just as far as what the belt means. There's one champion. There's no more confusion. We know who the best is. We know who you need to beat to say that you're the best. And until you get that one goal, that one belt, you can't call yourself the best. Right? You can't call yourself the best. I think the rollout's going to be more complicated, though, without a doubt, right? Because if you're going to make a new league and you're going to try to get people to wean off of these other belts, it's going to take time, because what do these belts have? they have history, right? The belts have history and value in the fact of who wore the belts before these champions did, right? The Mike Tysons, the Lennox Lewises, the Klitschko's, right? Go back further, the Sugar Ray Leonards, right? The Tommy Hearns, the Marvin Hagels, the Roberto Durans, right? The people who have held these belts historically make these belts treasures and big goals for young fighters that are coming up in the sport and want to come into the sport and make a name for themselves. They think their name should be wrapped around something historical, the Boxing Hall of Fame, things of that nature. But I think at the same exact time, there's some balance needed as far as respect and as far as equal treatment for all the fighters. That inside the ring, there is no A-side fighter. There's only an A-side in the negotiations to making the fight happen. That's the only place the A-side thing should exist. But as far as inside that ring, there shouldn't be no A-side politics playing inside that ring with a referee. And it looks like on Saturday, that's what happened. You know what I mean? Right. It does look like that. What do you think about the idea of one belt, one goal, the best fight the best, as far as the idea of that? And, you know, I'm just using the Ring Magazine because Turkey did acquire it. He has stake claim in the Ring Magazine belt now, as far as ring. What do you think about that?
I think it should be, I just think it needs to be a tournament of champions, Clay. I think at the end of the day, you don't have to lose your title. You know what I mean? You do your little tournament and you guys fight for that title. I think it can be done. You got how many total sanctions besides the big four? We got 6, 7 sanctioned bodies ultimately. And I'm not saying you should have all 7, but definitely have some type of tournament where you get these guys all in the ring. There's guys that feel that they're worthy, that's not deserving a shot, that have another belt. They have the IBO, they have the the ABF or something like that. There's all types of belts, man, and these guys all feel that they're not getting their fair shots. They're not getting on the circuit. They're not being allowed to fight for titles. So maybe they should have a tournament of champions or something that's fancy. I look like a fancy Berkwood. That's funny. I'm sorry. I do agree, though, man. At the end of the day, the ring belt might be the ultimate goal, and I think it already is to a point of it being lineal champion. Look how Tio keeps parading it around. Look how he said the winner of Stanionis and Boots is going to be the lineal champion, and he wants a shot at that person. These things are very important. They're real cool in a sense of boxing because of the historic prestige of it. I mean, like I said earlier, I mentioned a couple of boxers. I mean, look how many people going back to the late 1800s that held this title. You know what I mean? That was the world title, the world champion. Hold on, let me be clear. It was a world championship. They had titles also back then, but the championship was what reigned supreme. And I think now to the point where that should have significance. That should be the one that everybody gets. And let me ask you this, Clay. Being number one in the division, does that solidify you as the best? Like maybe let's just randomly say something like, all right, you got you pick a division that's easy to pick. Anyway, right? He got all the belts, even though he's undisputed. Does he get to be that champion? You know what I mean? Shouldn't he be that champion? But let's say we got 126. 126 got multiple champions. Is the person that fought the best competition, do they get an opportunity to that? Like, how does it weigh out? That's what it comes down to. You know what I mean? Because they're not all going to fight each other, and that's really what it comes down to. They're going to avoid each other. You know what I mean? So is it collecting all the belts to get it? Is it like, you know, the lineal, like fighting the person in line that has it, blah, blah, blah? Or is it just, you know what I mean, the person that has the best fights on their resume for that year collect that belt as a trophy at the end of the year and they get to reign as the champion? Like, it has to be some dialogue to it. That's all. Other than that, if it's going to go through the league, then let the league decide who's champion. That takes Tio out of the picture for fighting Boots because that means he has to go through the top of the league.
Right. I think that first of all, Hunter Young said, Clay Moraine, once again, you're seeing this from the eyes of a hardcore fan. That's a fact. That's why you're on this Roach Tank thing. That's the truth. You won't stop watching. Casuals don't care to stop watching as well. I agree with what you're saying, Hunter Young. But I think I'm looking at the idea that you're putting up here, which I agree with, that's what I am doing. But I think that you're missing I think people may be missing the point of that's not as hard to overcome as you think it is, right? In other words, Turkey Al-Sheikh is a hardcore fan. Dana White is a hardcore fan. You know, the whole movement behind and the idea behind this boxing league is for the hardcore fan, right? But here's the twist that you guys aren't seeing as to what's happening, right? Because by saying that I'm seeing it this way, one might think that you're trying to say that I'm fighting in a war that I know I can't win, right? That's what it sounds like you're saying when I'm reading that I'm fighting an uphill battle and I'm never going to stop this thing from happening. Maybe you're right? But then again, at the same time, when you have a showcase like Fatal Fury in New York Times Square that's about to kick off, this is a legitimate fight for the casual fan now. See, the fight is for the casual fan now. We're all aware of it. It's for the casual fan's attention. It's for the casual fan's loyalty. This is where the money is at, is in the casual fan. But this is what you're seeing Riyadh season being aware of. And what they're doing is they're addressing the situation, right? They're focused on taking the casual fan. And the fact that on the last part of what you said, as far as I won't stop watching and casual fans don't care to stop watching, casual fans are very casual, aren't they? Because they can be here today and gone tomorrow. That's why they're casual. That's what I recognize casual fans to be. People who are here today and gone tomorrow. Oh, don't get it twisted. Just as much as they don't care to stop watching because it seems like that option isn't there, let's see what happens when a legitimate option shows up for them to make a decision which way they want to go based on the production, based on the entertainment value, based on those things that casual fans love. Let's see if the casual fans can be moved away from the stars of boxing as they start to sign the Canelo Alvarez's and Terrence Crawford's and make these fights. And what do you think they're going to do? They're going to put these guys at the top of the bill like Jake Paul did, right, with Mike Tyson, and they're going to fill the whole card up with contenders under it. And they're going to build profiles around these fighters. And the fans that are watching these events are going to start to become more familiar with those fighters than they are with the fighters you think they should be familiar with. And just like Jake Paul had to prove to you guys that your stars don't hold the energy you think they do, that I can take away your fans and be a face of boxing, Turkey Al-Sheikh and Dana White are going to show you that we can take away your fans. But we're going to take them away and we're going to put them in a structured system to where they can see ranking systems, to where there's one belt, a very simple system that's not as confusing. And the fans are going to get an opportunity, the casual fans I'm talking about, not the hardcore fans who understand what you probably understand, that this is not the historical greatness of boxing, right? The sanctioning bodies and the four belts and the significance of the history of the four belts and what make them what it is and what makes Oscar De La Hoya so significant and Bernard Hopkins and, you know, understand the history of the sport. The casual fans are going to get past the silliness of all that. They're going to say the production is A1. It's visually stimulating. The fights are competitive. The price is more affordable. They're attacking all of these things on different levels. And they're going to probably win when it's all said and done because the fans are casual. They're not hardcore fans. They're here today, gone tomorrow. Casual fans see something nice across the street. It's nothing for them to be like, yeah, you was cool today, but yesterday, but today, that's popping across the street. They'll be gone just as much as there was in there. Yep. We'll see.
And on top of that, look at the networks that's trying to get involved in it. Like that alone says
Dana
a lot.
White attracts networks. Networks right. Like Dana White. You guys, because I know there's like this story about Dana White and everybody hates Dana White and he treats his fighters so bad in the UFC, even though they're all over there fighting. And, you know, you got people who are going to complain all day long. You got Teofimo on a campaign right now talking about how boxing has been treating him like crap. You know what I'm saying? His whole entire career. And you hear boxers all day who are working as well as boxing, right? We just talked to Coach Eddie yesterday talking about that he had to work as a full-time electrician as well as try to become a pro and how complicated it was, right? So boxing hasn't been all that great in paying fighters either. When you guys try to paint these narratives that, yeah, the UFC is not paying their fighters anything. I mean, boxing is only paying like the top 5% of boxing, these big bags. The rest of these dudes is getting $10,000 checks. You heard Tank tell you when he was going to go fight Jose Pedraza that he had no money in his account, that he was broke as hell going into his first championship fight. These fighters aren't making money like that. Trust me. The prospects and the contenders are going to be getting paid way more consistently, and probably most of them are going to be able to quit their jobs as well as box when they're in the boxing league. Most of them are going to. I'm not saying they're all going to become millionaires, but most of them are going to be able to be like, I box for a living.
Exactly. That's what it comes down to, right? Being able to follow your career, being able to make something out of your career, being able to achieve something while you're doing your career, the things you love, the things that people dream of, right? The American dream or the world dream or the working man's dream. I work for something that I love doing, and I get up every day to go do it. I worked hard for it, and this is what I got, and I can show why I do it. That's what it comes down to, man. Like, too many people are so insensitive. I ain't gonna say insensitive. They're sensitive. They're actually sensitive to the fact that they can't have their way. It's like you guys keep trying to steal the cookies out the cookie jar instead of just asking for one. You know what I mean? Like, you want to have it your way. Like, I don't want to ask. I just want to get two. Because if I know if I ask, I'm going to get one. But if I go get two, then I won't get in trouble. You know what I mean? I could just say I took one. Yo, it's factual that everything that you just said, Clay, makes all the sense in the world. We, as the boxing fans, are the small minority. We're the minority of the sport. It's the casual fans that are willing to flip through the channels, whether it be, oh, ain't nothing on tonight? Oh, shit, boxing's on. Those are the guys you want to attract. Those are the ladies you want to attract. You don't care. You don't need to care about us watching it. We're going to always watch. That's why we are called hardcore or fans of the sport. It's the people you don't know that watch boxing. It's the people that need to go to work. Hey, did you catch that fight last night? Oh, yeah, I did. Okay, Bill. I don't know who Bill is, but that's just a weird name, right? They ain't talking about Bill Haney, but just somebody just to throw out there, right, Clay? But it is what it is, man. You gotta stay attentive to everything that's going on and stop drawing a conclusion to the small cookie. You know what I
mean? There's gonna be pros and cons to this whole situation. I promise you, 5 years down the line, we're gonna be talking about how, they're dropping the ball. Dana, that boxing league, whatever it's gonna be called, is dropping the ball in some way, some form or fashion. But evolution, change is needed, and evolution is paramount. You know what I'm saying? It needs to be happening. And the sport hasn't really been evolving for years now in a good way. It's evolved in a bad way. A-side treatment and corruption and judges just completely on some BS, like ridiculous sometimes the things that they're doing. And now we have referees who are going to be wielding their discretion to interfere with the way fights go, right? The weekend before we saw, or that same night, or was it the weekend before when we saw Padley, the fight in the UK where the referee just waved off the fight. You know what I'm saying? Just waved it off because of a headbutt that it didn't even look like it was on purpose, but he just got tired of it and waved it off. And the guy who he waved it off on, the guy who, who's dominating the whole fight, lost the fight, right? Because the referee uses his discretion, and there'll be no pushback because it's his discretion to call it how he wants to. That's kind of weird. There should be a little bit more accountability in this game than what we're seeing, I think.
So why didn't the ref use his discretion when Tim Tszyu got his head split open?
Right.
Everybody and their mom sitting at that daggone TV watching that night could see that that shouldn't have continued. Regardless of the corner making bad decisions, isn't he supposed to protect the fighter?
Yeah.
Okay, so where was the discretion then? I don't hear nobody crying or chanting. She was the.
They're honoring his discretion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
they're honoring his discretion, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Canelo looks to become 2 times undisputed. Ray, they should be rolling out that press conference at some point today. Canelo Alvarez versus William Scull. William Scull, the IBF champion, based off of Canelo Alvarez vacating that IBF belt. And of course, Canelo is getting ready to get himself inside the ring with Terrence Crawford, right? So he's going to get that undisputed, and ultimately in September, that's the goal, that Canelo wins this fight against William Scull, gets his undisputed accolades back together, and this fight becomes one of the biggest fights in Las Vegas at the Raider Stadium. Rumor has it that Dana White's going to be involved with the production of this event and the rollout of this event. I'm also hearing rumors. I don't know if you heard any rumors about this, but I'm hearing that this is supposed to be on Netflix.
Yep. That's what I heard.
Which hearing that makes me believe that that's what Jake Paul was mad about. You know what I'm saying? That's why he was mad at Canelo. Canelo went in there and took the plug from Jake. Canelo went in there and said, yeah, and then said to Netflix, let's be honest, bro. This kid is not me. I can bring something serious. Not only that, we can get Turkey involved in it. Bro. We can also get a crazy budget involved in it. So Canelo and Terrence Crawford on Netflix is going to be crazy because, number one, it's going to be free probably. Netflix doesn't charge pay-per-view. You know what I'm saying? So that already is going to be interesting. So we're talking about the crowd that came to see Jake Paul fight against Mike Tyson. That this will be a rollout like a mug. And let me tell you, Dana White is a negotiating demon. He's like a cross between Vince McMahon and Donald Trump, little baby. You know what I'm saying? I'm just, I mean, outside of the awkward pause worthiness of the statement I made, I'm just giving you perspective on his business acumen and the level he's at when it comes to negotiating the biggest deals. He negotiated some of the biggest deals for the UFC. Went from Spike TV, right? Went over to ESPN. They loved him over there, bro. When he's ready to leave and it's time to renew the contract, they're not trying to see him leave.
Didn't he have a deal with Fox too?
He had a deal with Fox as well. I don't think he has it anymore. He's with ESPN right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
he's going to negotiate the art of the deal. He's all about that. He's all about that.
Right.
If they're able to coordinate a deal with Netflix.
I thought they already have a deal. I thought UFC is on Netflix already.
No, UFC's not on Netflix. It's on ESPN.
I thought
WWE is on Netflix.
Right, but the company that owns WWE also owns
no, you're right. You know, they come together.
And I believe
UFC ain't on Netflix though. They're not.
I believe that there's talks of UFC coming to Netflix.
No. Listen, I'm sure there is. I'm just saying they're not there presently at the moment. They're not there right now. You know what I'm saying? Without a doubt, I'm pretty sure, as a matter of fact, that it's going to end up happening.
He's still one of their main. He's a small percentage of the ownership now, but he still has some say in how they conduct business. He's like their general manager or whatever it is.
They took ownership. The people who own the WWE officially bought the
UFC.
Rock.
The Rock owns the bigger. Yeah, The Rock owns the bigger share, but they own, like, there's a couple of partners there, and Dana White's one of the partners. I know that, and I know Dana White does a lot of the road work, is what I'm saying. So you might be right.
Dana White is not a partner. Dana White is an employee.
I thought you had a small percentage, but still.
No, I'll tell you exactly what it is. Dana White sold the company. Him and the Fertitta brothers sold the company a few years back. Inside the last 5 to 10 years, they sold the company officially. That company that bought the UFC hired Dana because he was done. Dana got like a big old check, like $200 million, some crazy check he walked away with. The Fertittas walked. I think they sold it for like $3 billion or something like that, some crazy number like that. And he walked away with a chunk of money where he don't have to work for the rest of his life. The people who bought the UFC offered Dana a position as president. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, that's what it was. Okay.
They hired him. You know what I'm saying? But he's no longer a stake owner in the company. He's officially, the president. He can be fired. He doesn't own. I don't know if he owns stocks or things of that nature. But he was rehired. Whereas before with the Fertittas, he was a legitimate partner in ownership of the company. But both of the Fertittas, it's like you have a business. It's like you got a restaurant, and I buy the restaurant from you. But you're like the best cook in the world. So I convince you to still work in the restaurant as the head chef. People still see you in the building, but you're no longer an owner in the company. I bought the company from you. You're getting a crazy salary, probably making more money than you were as an owner of the restaurant, because I'm going to have to convince you. You know what I'm saying? To be the cook here, but officially on paper, you're no longer an owner. You've collected money now and sold the restaurant to me. You know what I'm saying? Right. That's what happened with Dana White. So now that company who bought it from Dana sold to this company who owns the WWE and now who owns the UFC. Now they're partners under that same company. So Dana White's a high-paid employee. It's kind of dismissive of his influence and his leverage in the company. It's kind of dismissive of it to just call him an employee. But for all technical reasons, you know, however you want to look at it, for technical purposes, that's what he actually is in real time, is an employee of the company. You know what I mean? But you're right though. The WWE did just spark a new contract with Netflix. I think it started a couple of months ago. Now Monday Night Raw and all those shows are on Netflix. Like you watch them on Netflix. So there's a relationship there that Nick Khan has, the CEO or president, whoever he is for TKO, has with Netflix already. And by merging and making this deal happen, they have an in now with Netflix. You know what I mean? And I bet you that's part of the reason why Canelo probably made the big deal with Turkey. You know what I'm saying? These things probably were getting talked about already on the table. And that's probably that's why I think Jake Paul was really upset, right? That the fact that Turkey was able to say, hey, Canelo, I wasn't going to tell you this because I was going to wait, but we already got Netflix. Stop it. Don't throw, you feel me? Fuck that dude, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't going to tell you because I was going to kind of like roll it out as it came, but you're making a dumb mistake here. We already, you know what I'm saying? We already got those guys. We're about to roll out something crazy in a few weeks, and we're going to make you the headline biggest deal of it, and you're about to ruin it by getting in the ring with this Disney character that nobody believes. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, what?
He really like
that. That's what Canelo knows that Jake Paul
did. He really whispered like that, though? That was funny.
Yeah, he whispered it like that. You know what I mean? He said, Canelo, listen, I know how you are. You're about your business, but hey.
That was funny. That was a good one, though. Listen, you be having me rolling up here, bro. That's the second time I almost actually, lucky I was drinking water. I literally almost started coughing because that was funny. I had to hold back.
Yeah. You know what I mean? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know, the business of boxing, the business of anything is still a business. And at the end of the day, if the strategy and the model makes sense, there's a good chance it's going to be successful. And I just think that this rollout right now even having Canelo Alvarez being, headlining probably their first big event. That's what I'm hearing. That's what Turkey was implying yesterday when he was on the he was on not ESPN. He was on, was it ESPN?
Who?
Yeah, it was on ESPN. Was it Fox Sports?
Who's that?
Dana White and Turkey Al-Sheikh was on this interview.
Yeah, it was on Fox Sports. I sent the interview. I sent it to you.
Okay.
Yesterday.
So in that one, he kind of implied and tried to get Dana to kind of speak on it. Dana was like, yo, we're not going to do like that. We're going to roll out the right time. He's like, Dana, please tell them. I'm so excited. Tell them what we have planned for September, the big event, your first event, what it's going to be. And Dana started laughing like, hey, bro. But everybody knew as soon as he said as soon as he said September, everybody knew exactly what it was. No. Yeah, September. As soon as he said September, everybody knew what it was. You know what I'm saying? But he said he's gonna wait for the proper time. You know how Dana is. That's what he's trying to bring to the table. Supposedly, is this structure, right? There's a way we do things, Turkey, and the reason why we do them. We're not reckless. We don't just go around. And that's also going to be, I believe, the element that Turkey's bringing into the conversation to kind of address the things he's done that has shown his lack of experience, right? Like going to the ring and telling the guy he's 2 points down, like coming at Canelo Alvarez the wrong way. You know what I mean? Not communicating in the proper way, respecting the powers that be. No, you're gonna have somebody like a Dana White who's gonna bring that professionalism, the lawyers, the representation, the right way of rolling out things. That's gonna be that difference maker, I think, in the boxing game. People have been screaming for this for a long time.
Yeah,
honestly. They have it. Did you see how Stephen A. Smith, the interview with Stephen A. Smith went?
I did not, but I seen it posted. I didn't get into it because I thought it was fake at first, Clay. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm like, Stephen A. Smith don't talk about no damn boxing. He try to talk about boxing. It's about that brother is so good. I just can't. I don't want to hear. So
Yeah,
I
but
stay
look,
away from him.
I think Stephen A. Smith is a real good representation of the casual boxing fan. I think he speaks on
I agree.
behalf of them. He's like their
I
best.
agree with that.
He's like their best representation of somebody who can truly articulate what they don't like, what they like, because he speaks from a casual fan point of view. He was so excited with the Dana White addition to Turkey in the interview. He was like, anything I can do, any way you need me, let me know, and I won't even charge you. Dana was just smiling. So there's powerful people understand the possibilities in something like this. As much as there's negative aspects and people can be very what's the word I'm looking for? Cynical about it. They can be very, there's a lot of cynicism. What if he does this? What do you go, now you're gonna let him do that? So you're gonna just let him have it, and when he take it and he start doing that, what you gonna say then? Well, I always respond to those people pretty consistently as far as saying, bro, what makes you think any of you guys, including myself, own any of this? Y'all gotta stop with that. The whole idea of this ownership leaving you and going to Turkey is comical, bro. It's comical, bro. You don't own nothing. You're a fan.
Mm-hmm.
Stop it. You guys with this whole energy, this ownership, this fake entitlement to the sport that you feel like is yours, it's comical, bro, to hear you guys talk from that entitled position. It's not. It's some billionaires that you probably don't even know the name of who owns it.
Right.
It's probably not Al Heyman. Just for y'all, you know what I'm saying? As much as y'all think it is, it's probably just not, right? It's probably some super investor behind him that had ownership in it, and is probably having a hard time getting money out that investor right now, who's questioning as to whether or not he wants to sell this mother or keep it, right? Dealing with all those decisions that he has to make.
But they still never got that Netflix deal. That's like $5 billion.
Oh, Netflix was just not that business model. And this is one of the conversations I got into last night over there on Doc Boxing.
Yeah,
that business model was getting shots thrown at it from the beginning because it just wasn't sustainable. And in hindsight shows that that's what's happening. What people were saying, and shout out to Rick Glazer. I know y'all hate him and y'all feel some kind of way, but he was telling the truth when it came to this topic. He was just being honest about nonprofit can never be sustainable. You know what I'm saying? Not profitable can never be sustainable. If it's not profiting, you know what I'm saying? In accordance to what they need it to be, it's not sustainable.
Right.
Like it's just not. So it's come full circle, and it's come to this point now where you got a billionaire getting involved in the conversation who wants to see the sport move in a certain direction. And I don't see anybody stopping him, and I don't see events like what happened on Saturday helping y'all arguments anymore either. It's not helping.
Here's the thing. I'm actually going to double back, and I'm going to state something that's true but false at the same time. I mean, not false, but could be a possibility, right? It is sustainable. The model's not, but the company is. They have to change the tactics of the way they present their fights. They have to. And as long as they continue to do what they're doing, they're just going to keep digging the hole deeper and deeper. And as they dig it deeper, there's more to climb out of. I explain this to most people that also, even on Doc Box channel, we had this conversation. I've been called a hater from other platforms as well. And I'm like, listen, you can call me what you want, but the truth is the truth. The reason why you have some objection to what I'm saying is because you see the same thing, and you're trying to paint this narrative. And try to make this situation look so much as what it's not. And let me promise you, when everything is pointing in one direction, you should go to that direction. And if you try to go a different way, you're gonna find yourself at a couple of dead ends. And when you get to the end of the light and you come where everybody else is, and you start sitting at that table where everybody else is, you're gonna see, right? I mean, you can say whatever you want. I mean, look how they pushed out this fight, right? That they just had. Because they sold out so many tickets and this and that. Do you not know? And I'm going to put this out there, Clay, and I mean it. I'm 100% factual on this because I was checking numbers and I was checking situations during the sale of this fight. You know, the same way that they sold the fight was the same way that the Ryan fight was sold with Golden Boy. They bought up all the tickets. Yes, they bought up all the tickets because you can see ticket. And I don't want to discredit them, but just hear me out. I just want to show this out there. Bought up all the tickets. And when they bought the tickets, You went to all the after sites that sell tickets, StubHub, Live, or whatever, all these different platforms. The tickets were crazy all over the place, crazy. And you seen the same seats that they sold for hundreds of dollars cheaper. And that's why they got a lot of people packed out in that arena, because they was able to drop the price down. They was able to get people in this event. And it is what it is. The tickets were sold already. So, of course, whether they gave them away, sold them cheaper, whatever the case may be, it was going to be a sold out event. Am I wrong? No, of course, but it is what it is. And I'm cool with that. But you had to invest your own money into something, you know what I mean, in order to make it work. And you see, that's the way it is. And a lot of things you see, they're constantly trying to borrow or use other entities to promote them. And that is out thrown out the window. That plan's thrown out the window. People don't want to do that anymore. And that's what it comes down to.
Right. Honey Young said, how does Turkey top rank in Matchroom profit, right? And I'm sure that question, I'd rather you give me an answer to that than ask me that, right? Because you probably being like this intelligent guy, right? Like, let me see.
He has the answer.
Right?
Yeah, he knows.
No, I understand. I understand the reverse psychology on approaching things that way. That's a false sense of leverage or intelligence that people think they have when they do things like that. I think we'd get a lot further if you just answer the question, right? Because clearly you have the answer, right? I'll tell you this though, right? I'll answer the question, right? And I'll say this. I'll say that the way that they've been profiting is probably aligned with the way they've been doing business. And I'll elaborate to say that the way they've been doing business doesn't coincide on feeding the fans of fights that they want. So they've built their business to be profitable and not giving us what we want. And that's not a good business for the boxing fan to get involved with. So I don't know exactly the strategy behind the business model that they find to be profitable for themselves. But I'm going to assume that they've been implementing that strategy for years now. And from a boxing fan's point of view, I'll tell you that business model is failing in the idea of what the fan wants, which is the best fighting the best. Therefore, I don't give a damn how they make profits. Because however they chose, and they've been making profits for years, which has been by bamboozling us, giving us cards we didn't ask, fights we didn't ask for, on cards we didn't ask for, overcharging us on pay-per-views for not giving us competitive fights. Living in that era of boxing, I don't care how they make profits. I have no vested interest in them being profitable. So why would I get involved in a conversation like that I don't care about? What I do understand is I don't like boxing how it is right now. And clearly a lot of other people don't like the way boxing is right now. And we don't need to have a business degree, be a lawyer, be some intellectual, you know what I'm saying, high level businessman, art of the deal major to be able to express that in an honest way. So go ahead, take shots at, I don't know about how the X's and O's and the dots and the I T's being crossed and the carry the ones and how all that works. What do I care? I either like it or I don't. I know that. If you like it, continue to fight for it to be the way it is. But if you want change, then that business model, that top ranked Matchroom, PBC, all those guys are using to profit, probably has to change. It probably has to change in order for you to get there, right? So he said, Claymore, didn't you just mention profit? I probably said the word, but what does that mean? What? We're talking about the PBC success, right? As to probably why they're having a hard time getting networks to do deals with them and why they're having the hard rollout that they're having ever since they left Showtime, right? It's probably from a businessman's point of view, who's probably on the other side of the table negotiating with them as far as making a decision if they're going to do business with them or not, is going to probably be talking about profits. Yes. So it's been well rumored through the space that it's not been profitable. to work inside of that business model the PBC has for the business investors, hence why they get out of these deals and why they're having an even harder time getting into a new deal that can put them in the same position they was in before to roll out events the way they were doing it before when you guys were thinking that they were the best things since sliced bread. So yeah, I brought that up as to a particular reason as to why people knew that the PBC model wasn't going to last, because they felt like it wasn't profitable, and something that's not profitable cannot be sustainable. But I don't care. They can be as profitable or not profitable as they want to be. I care about, from a boxing fan's point of view, what I'm going to get out of the deal. And whatever they've been doing all these years hasn't turned out to be great. The best haven't been fighting the best. The across the street politics have been at the highest level. The politics and the corruptions in the sport have given us things like what we saw on Saturday. And those things need to change. The question is, how are they going to change? That's it.
Yep. No said. Hey, Clay.
Yeah.
Stop counting my pockets, bro.
Yeah, bro. I try to stay out of the pockets. Right.
Yo, these people love counting money of other people, bro.
Yeah, because Hunter Young is caught up. You know what I mean? I get it, though. I understand. I'm so used to you guys. It doesn't frustrate me as much anymore, because I understand how important it is for Hunter Young to prove that it's not just the PBC. I get it. Like, I get why he wants it to be a very inclusive situation, because his main objective is to defend the PBC, right? He's fighting for the PBC's, like, you know what I mean, honor. So that's all he's thinking about as he's hearing these conversations unfold between me and you, and we're talking about these things. His main thing is to make sure that we keep respect on the PBC's name, right? That's what his job is. He's here to make sure that we put respect on their name. That we, you know what I mean? Right. What did Baby say? Put some respect on my name. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
He's clearly got vested interest in the PBC having respect on their name. So I'm okay with that. I understand what
I don't disrespect the PBC.
Well, no, I understand. I truly, and I'm being honest. I'm not being cynical. I'm being honest. I understand what he's saying.
Can I just add to this, though, just to speak on it? Every structure has criticism, or good and bad things, right? They have criticism, and then they have acceptable things that happen in business. That's just the way it is. You can't just think everything that you see positive is always the way it works. There's also bad times to that. And you got to take the good with the bad, as they say, man. It is what it is. They're not doing well at this point. Yes, they had a hiatus. Yes, they were at the top of the food chain. But you know what? Everybody stayed with what they was doing. And as their food chain started depleting, and they started eating up all the freaking the food, all the, what do you say, the lions, right? They start eating up all the sheep and the damn cantaloupes on the island. Guess what happened? They had to go cannibalism, right? And now you got lions hiding, sitting out there waiting for somebody to find them and take them to another safari. You know what I mean? It is a different animal. It is what it is. And that's what we're talking about. It's just some things have this hiatus and they have the lows. Turkey may go through the same thing. Maybe, maybe not. But he's looking from mistakes, right? Because this is what people do. They analyze other mistakes and failures of other success and downfalls of companies, and they try to build on that. And that's every company. That's not just Riyadh Season and Ring Magazine and Top Rank and Matchroom. Matchroom had a big failure too, but guess what? It was they're one of the most lucrative boxing businesses right now out there. Am I wrong? Bro, they was doing everything from an app, which everybody laughed at them. Now, because they did it from an app, they were giving it away for free. Now they're no longer giving things away for free. They're charging whatever. People are paying for it. And guess what? They bounced back. They went from like $2 billion in the hole, $4 billion in the hole, to now a success. So things have its bumps. It gets ugly sometimes. So it is what it is.
You know, I see. He said if I never mentioned it, I know what the issue is, right? Yes, all of these. I think I want to try to put some context and perspective on this, right? Clearly, when you see Matchroom, Queensberry, and you're hearing rumors of Top Rank making moves to head over to the zone to work with Turkey, clearly, all these models have been having issues in boxing, but they're not all equal, right? My problems and your problems ain't the same problems. We all have problems, though. We all have problems, but not all problems are equal, right? My problem may be on buying tires for my Corvette, and they might be running me about $5,000 to do that.
Shit.
Right? And your model may be getting tires for your Nissan Altima. That probably only cost you about $800, $1,200 to fix, right? We can argue that we both have problems, but our problems are different, aren't they? Right? We have two different sets of problems, right? At the end of the day, there's levels to this ish, right? So Top Rank, Matchroom, Queensberry, and these other entities that are now working, with the Zone, or not Top Rank, right? They're not officially there. They're still with ESPN. They kind of found a solution to their problems, right? They're addressing their problems, right? In a way. I don't know if it's a solution, but they're addressing the issue, right? Why do we talk about the PBC? Because the PBC doesn't seem to have addressed their issue yet. And we're waiting on them to do it and fix it, right? Which I have all faith that they can do. Will they do it? I don't know. Can they do it? Of course they can. They're all able-minded and able-bodied and smart, intelligent business people over there, and they have all of the tools that they need to come together with a strategy that can save that company or put that company where it needs to be or where it once was. And maybe they're on that journey. Maybe that's happening, right? But the PBC gets talked about because a combination of a few things. But I'll say the two main things is A, the rabid fan base that fights everybody who brings up their name, causes these conversations to get deep and crazy, right? And B, they seem to be the less productive out of all the companies right now. Everything they do is a pay-per-view. It's
co-promoted.
Right. Even with that, it just seems to be slow rollouts for them ever since they left Showtime. So the PBC built on their brand, they built a reputation for themselves about doing the biggest and the best events in the game. And they're slow on rolling that out that way in the consistency of it. So yeah, they're probably the weakest link out of everybody right now as far as their productivity, right? So they get talked about, but it's not that anybody's over. It's not that I'm over emphasizing on the PBC, but I am using them as an example. If I'm talking about somebody struggling, I'm gonna talk about them. But everybody else is struggling too, you know what I mean? But they're addressing it. You see that they're addressing it. They're making their moves, you know what I'm saying, to kind of address it. And we've seen them be productive despite or in spite of their struggles. They've still been productive. They're still rolling out events regularly. They're still doing things. So it looks like they have a better handle on their problems than the PBC right now, who's having a very hard time rolling out, staying busy, keeping the events going, keeping their fighters on their roster busy. It looks like that's what the issue is. So don't take it so personal, because we all know you don't own the PBC. We know you ain't no owner in it. I don't know if you know it, but we know. We know you don't own it. So we don't have to be personal.
That could be Al Heyman in disguise, bro. We never seen that.
I'm going to assume that you're not. You know what I mean? If you are, then you're doing a good job at hiding it, and you can't fault me for not thinking you're Al Heyman, because you obviously you don't want me to know it, and you're doing a great job at it. So I'm going to address it as is. But it's not personal. You know what I mean? It's just boxing at the end of the day, right? It's just boxing at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But right now, what Turkey's doing with Dana White is a huge, powerful move. And I think I made an example about it the other day, but you done come at me with a personal statement. What personal statement did I come at you with? I don't know, whatever.
Saying about he's not the PBC, he's not an owner or whatever.
Are you an owner? I was just stating a fact, right? I don't know. How was that personal? Did I misspeak? Are you an owner of the company or something?
Yes, it's Al.
I don't know. I think you're taking it deeper than it needs to go. But let me know. I guess I apologize for saying you're not an owner. I don't know. I'm sorry about that.
I
apologize.
I'm just playing.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to come off like that. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, at the end of the day, don't let the false narratives get you caught up in thinking that I'm attacking the PBC and I hate the PBC. I think that's the weirdest thing in the world for anybody to kind of put that onus or that jacket on content creators who speak on something that's, an opinion. It's speculation, but I think it's legitimate. Why wouldn't I speculate in that direction? Clearly, a lot of other people are speculating that direction as well. A lot of powerful, a lot of informative people seem to be reading the stars, you know what I mean? Looking in the sky and reading the stars and seeing something bad happening over there. It is what it is. Let me see. Blaze Pound for Pound says, what did Blaze say? Turkey's giving us good cars. Hopefully their business model is sustainable. 100%. And I do think that the biggest difference between what the PBC did, because Turkey's doing what the PBC did years ago, right? I acknowledge that the PBC was on the same campaign. I think the biggest difference, though, is that the money is in-house with Turkey. Mm-hmm. It's their bread. They don't have anybody to answer to, whereas the PBC's always had people to answer to, and they seem like they've not answered to them well, historically speaking. That those people who are investing with an idea of what the future would be didn't walk away with what they thought they were going to walk away with, whereas Turkey, and working with that Saudi Arabian, that PIF fund, their expectations are way down the road, but it's their money. They have nobody to be accountable to, not even the Saudi Arabian people, right? Let's be honest. Al should use Turkey. Never said he shouldn't. I've said this many times. Okay, Hunter, that's what's up, brother. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that information. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Shout out to Mr. Big Play Bray. $10. Once every promotional company decided to have fighters fight once a year and don't cross the street, it became a traffic jam in Atlanta. Horrible. Man, on 285 during Freaknik, no movement or young development. Man, that 285. Yo, first of all, Mr. Big Play Braid, that 285, it looked like there's a Freaknik going on every single day on that damn 285. From like, let's say, what are we gonna say? I'm gonna say from 3 o'clock to about 7. It looked like there's a damn spring break freaking going on out there, because that traffic is a traffic jam no matter what. I don't care what's going on. You try to travel and get from one side of Atlanta, if you try to get up from like Norcross down to, like, let's say East Point at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, good luck, bro. Have your air conditioning running and have a good long podcast that you can listen to. You in for a ride. You in for a ride. But yeah, no, without a doubt, Mr. Big Play Bray. Once they decided to have fighters fight once a year, that business model was a failing model to the boxing fan. If your profitability was based on that strategy, you were failing and you were destined to fail. Because that lack of activity was burning the candle on both ends. It was burning the candle from the fans' point of view, as far as what they want to see from you, and it was burning the candle on the side of the fighter, who you were burning out and completely wasting their talent, not allowing them to develop the way they need to develop. It was a horrible idea, horrible business plan.
Right. Shout out to Ross Claude. I don't care about Turkey, Heyman, none of these promoters. I just want to see boxing.
Exactly.
That's it. That's it.
And that's what people don't understand. That the profitabilities of these companies and the success of these companies, outside of them continuing to give us what we want, we don't care about profit conversations about whether they're profitable or not. That's what the people who are going into business with them are thinking, right? So if you hear me bringing up profit, I'm probably talking about why maybe Netflix ain't working with PBC right now, right? Or why Amazon is rumored to be having issues with the way the deal has been going with them in the PBC. They're probably talking about profits. And normally, just rule of thumb, outside of like personal issues, like if the PBC were hating on Jewish people or racist or sexist or, had a bad public image or something like that, outside of those intangibles, generally speaking, I think businesses make a decision as to whether or not they're going to work with you or not work with you based on profit margins. I think just keeping it simple, it's about profitability for the most part.
Get your hands out of my pocket.
Right. You know what I mean? So trust me, but I don't care about no damn profits about their profits. I just want to see the product. That's all I want. You know what I mean?
Yo, you getting updates on Atlanta, bro. You getting updates on Atlanta. Like 3 or 4 people then said it has changed. Clay, you need to get with the times, bro.
Really? What's going on? What they say? Talk to me, man.
They said that window has changed. It's no
longer a traffic jam.
They said it's longer. No, they said the time is all day. They like one. Look.
Oh, okay. It got worse.
Yeah, it's crazy. They say it's crazy work. What you seen? There's more kids driving and old ladies too, and they all
and a lot of
they
people
all
who
have
move down
there.
And a lot of people who move down there, bro. You just got a lot of people not from it. It's horrible, Ray. I don't know when last time you was in Atlanta, but I'm talking about it. It's discouraging. Like I've seen people. I've been in traffic jams on that 285, and
Right.
I've seen people crying in their cars. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen people crying because
they can't make it work.
Because they're late. They messed up, and there's nothing they can do about it. I've seen people legitimately holding the steering wheel. I've seen women legitimately holding the steering wheel, crying. What the hell? Crying, bro. Like, damn, bros. Like, their day is F. They don't know if they have a job. Like, I know they're getting to work like a solid hour plus late. Like,
wow.
That traffic is unforgiving, bro. I don't care how much you see them go through the stages, Ray. They go through the frustration. Come on, move. Then they go through the frustration of, why is my life like this? And then they come to the reality of, it don't make no difference what I think. I'm sitting my black ass right here. You see them start to get past the silliness of it all. Like,
yo, that's crazy.
No matter what I'm talking about, look, I'm not going nowhere.
It's crazy because I mean, Jersey get its traffic jams, but not like that, bro. It stops probably around like the top of the shore area, and then it continues. Then you get to Newark, like that whole area on the Parkway in Newark or the Turnpike. Yep. But then it moves. It just moves slow, and then once you get up to Route 3, going towards the city and stuff, Weehawken, it stops again. So it's crazy, but I don't know. They said Route 10 was the worst highway in the United States, which is Cali, right?
I've been all around the U.S.
You're saying Atlanta's worse because I know Route 10 is bad. But Route 10 is rush hour.
It's unreal, bro. It's unreal. Like I'm telling you, Ray, it's unreal. It's unreal. It's hard to believe it. You got to be in it to see it.
And there's no bathroom, so you got to pee.
Don't you, Hunter? Tell the truth, right, Hunter?
Yo,
keep it 100. You don't even. You got past the ceilings of it. It's
you got
true.
to park your pee and get back in line. You got to wait for little.
Listen, it's nothing to be standing still for like 15 minutes.
Crazy.
15, 20. It's nothing to just be standing still, not moving for 15, 20 minutes. That traffic is diabolical. Like, I don't know if they need to open up more lanes or I don't know what the solution would be to that.
Highways.
They do. They got big highways, like, but I don't know if they need more. They just need more. I don't know what they need more, bro. Like, what you know what I'm saying? They just need more.
Another route. Is there another route?
No.
Is it what? What's the cause of it? Is it water surrounding certain areas?
You stay on your side of town. Like if I'm in East Point, I'm good. As long as I stay down there, I'm good. But once I want to cross over through Midtown, right? And I want to cross over and I want to go like towards Norcross. I want to head up that way. There's no other way to get there. You got to go this way. That's it.
You say he left Buckhead at 4 p.m. to Union City, and it took him 3 hours.
That's crazy. Union City is like a 40-minute drive, bro.
As you said, it's a 30-minute trip.
Yeah, 30 minutes. Yeah, exactly. 30, 40-minute drive. You know what I mean? It's diabolical, bro. It's diabolical, man. I don't know, man. He said, I live in Buckhead, and bro, yeah, bro. Now, if you stay in Buckhead, you just don't leave Buckhead, and you just find everything you want in Buckhead, you good. But if you got to leave Buckhead, bro, if you got to get up out of Buckhead to go do something, bro, listen, man. If you ain't experienced it, you don't even know what I'm talking about right now. Houston has its moments too. I've been to Houston and I've seen Houston kind of shine like that every now and then too. Houston's had its moments with me, but Atlanta puts perspective on everybody's traffic. I'm a way more patient guy in traffic because I'm quick to laugh at traffic in other places where I go and they say traffic, I laugh and I go, brother, it's not that serious. 10-minute delay? Come on, bro. Are you serious? 15-minute delay? What you crying about? A 15-minute delay if you don't get out my face? Atlanta, man, trying to get off that 400 past 3. Tell them about it, man. Anytime between 3 o'clock and 7 o'clock, why did you do that to yourself? 7, it starts to die down. I say about like between like 6:30, 6 to 7, it's just start, it moves. It's just moving slow. But like 3 to 5, diabolical. Anyway, that being said, I don't want to stay on the traffic conversation too much, but it is real like that out there. It really is real like that out there. Whole different energy out there. So I don't know what's going to happen, man. You know, I do know what's going to happen. I'm expecting Canelo to get rid of and make waste of William Scull, right? But ultimately, I'm very interested in how Canelo plays his role in this whole entire rollout of this new situation. Bakole Ajagba has been also moved to that undercard. We saw what Martin Bakole went through in his last minute fight that he had against Joseph Parker. But I think that hopefully that's been a wake up call for Martin Bakole, right? Martin Bakole coming into the ring above like 310 plus pounds into the ring. I mean, diabolical. This guy competed against Jared Anderson. I think he was like 270 something or like something like that, like a 270 or 267 and change or 280. I can't remember. But, not taking his career as seriously as he probably should. I expect to see him way more motivated, way more ready to go. Martin Bakole taking this opportunity very seriously. And of course, F.A. Ajagba also on his trajectory, trying to make a way back into the game and get back into the conversation where he needs to be. He's been on a little bit of a winning streak, kind of, recalibrated himself. And let's see what ends up happening, man. Let's see what ends up happening. Here's the big news, though, and I'm waiting for Ray to come back. I was actually wanting to wait for Ray. Maybe I should continue to talk about damn traffic. You know what I'm saying? What did Ross Scott say? Bakole is worse than Andy Ruiz, I mean. Is he? Andy's a good boxer, though. Maybe he is. Maybe are you talking about like Ross Scott? Are you talking about like just skill set? Just a better fighter? Or are you talking about dangerous? Like, do you think Andy Ruiz, would you expect Andy Ruiz to beat Martin Bakole? Would you expect that? Do you think Andy Ruiz beats Martin Bakole? I don't know. I don't know, man. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. You think so, Antonio MMA? You think Andy Ruiz beats Martin Bakole? That's interesting because if we're going to say that Andy Ruiz beats Martin Bakole, then Andy Ruiz is probably low-key. I don't know, man. Is Andy Ruiz one of them? I never looked at him like he's one of them. Is he one of them? Oh, okay, Ross Scott. You talking about fat issues. I got you. I feel what you're saying, Ross Scott. No doubt. Andy Ruiz then got out of hand. But I think he looked all right. He looked pretty decent in his last fight against Jarrell, right? He looked all right. He looked decent. He looked all right in comparison to what he's looked like in the past. He cut some weight. Yeah, exactly, Ross Scott. I'm about to say, I don't see Martin Bakole losing no Andy Ruiz, man. But you talking about fat boy problems. I got you. And he's a guy who just irresponsible, like Ross Clark said, man, the weight. Yeah, no, 100%, man. Fat guy. I think Bakole hasn't been as irresponsible in the past. I think he was really irresponsible this time around. He kind of got exposed to kind of show the boxing space how he walks around when he's not in camp. That's a lot of weight to cut. And ultimately that can turn into bad news for a fighter later in their career, because that metabolism change up, and all of a sudden those weight cuts become diabolical, right? And all of a sudden you're just fat for life. Let me put the link out here. Looking at this whole entire Dimitri Bivol, Dimitri Bivol, David Benavidez situation, for whatever it is, for whatever it's worth. There's a link, by the way, if you guys want to come up and build a little bit. Slow day today, but they're still building on this boxing. But WBC orders Bivol and Benavidez to go ahead and figure it out, to get into negotiations, and let's get this purse bid going on. Let's negotiate and get this fight going. Or Bivol obviously is risking losing his title, as a WBC, I guess, is threatening to strip him of that title, which I think is very interesting, because usually the WBC is so laid back about these mandatories, especially when it comes like they're fighters that they want to hold the belt, like Canelo and things of that nature, right? But I can hear myself, Blaze.
All right, hold on 1 second.
Yep.
All right, we should be good now.
No, I don't hear myself. You're right. I don't hear myself. You're right. I don't. Y'all spoke on a women's boxing.
All right,
yet?
peace, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Tom, have y'all spoke on women's boxing yet? I'm not ruining it. Y'all haven't. No, I haven't. I know. I kind of forgot, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I kind of came in late, like today. It came in, so I didn't get a chance to make a graphic for it. But from what I understand, it looks like Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano have locked in their rematch. It's gonna be on Netflix. Can't remember the date. Let me see if I can get the date. but I guess
That's cool. That's cool. It's going to be on Netflix. So it look like, Netflix is doing a continuation of when they fought before on that Jake Paul card. But
right.
if it's just a pure boxing card, that shows us an indication that Netflix is committed to making some forays into boxing.
Yeah, they look like they want to be involved in boxing, but they still look like they want it to be a certain way, right? And they haven't found that right fit yet of how they want it to be. So they seem like they're still operating from like an independent space where it's like we're not committing to anybody, but if we see a fight we're interested in, we'll get involved with that fight. You know what I'm saying?
And I think so. I think boxing, is hard because we call boxing a sport, but it's not. But we know all the other sports that we look at are like organized leagues.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the wild, wild west with boxing. And I think in boxing is ultimately when it comes to the business model and the money model, it's the spectacle of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's the spectacle of boxing. But the problem with that is that you can't sell shit on TV no more. The TV model's dead because nobody watches regular TV, right? If you're looking for like sponsorship and viewers and stuff like that. And then when you're going to pay-per-view, it's like, hey, we're right. Streaming is at a point now where people, I would say pay-per-view, but I would think this is a smaller thing in the music industry, like in the early 2000s, when they started streaming, when they started to legally download. Like they can't capture that. They can't capture the money that they captured anymore. So they can't invest in the front end. That's why promotions be weak. That's why you don't see no major, productions behind the scenes, like, with what they used to do with HBO and, and Showtime and all of that, do the 24/7s and all of that, because the money ain't there. And then, now when I'm hearing y'all talk, because if I don't really see the money and see the sheets myself, I don't speculate on the money because I don't know. We can speculate or whatever. But when we're talking about they're buying whole arenas out and reselling tickets and claiming a sold out event, it's like, hey, they're kind of pushing the spectacle aspect to get eyes on it, but they can't quantify how much money they can make. And if they do quantify how much money they can make, they got lower expectations. So now we see you got certain personalities like a Tank, or you got a personality like, and it's not even a personality like Canelo. I think it's just with the Mexican boxing and all of that. You only got a few left that are just like superstars. Like, I don't even think you can create a superstar no more. I think it's over. I think after Tank, there's not going to be nobody, or in Canelo, there's not going to be nobody boxer that's going to be able to rise up and be able to create that type of branding with the business model to come in, because they made their name and their fame and all of that from the old model when everybody was glued to the tube. And so that's just where I'm thinking where we're at with boxing now. That's why I can respect what Turkey and them is doing. As long as Turkey and them guys is negotiating competitive fights, having the best fight, the best in the weight division, that's all we can really ask for. But then you got to wonder now, with the economics of boxing, are the best talent going to come and commit to being boxers? Like, that's the thing now. I don't even think we got individuals that are even interested that could be great boxers even going into boxing, because the economics is not there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think they, the profitability, word, the taboo word of profitability and profits and things of that nature. I agree with you. That number one, I don't even like to talk on the profit so much because I don't know all the intricacies of how it works. Right? I don't know what the books are. I'm not made privy to what their profits are based on. But I do believe that profit pushes success and not success, right?
Exactly. And I agree. And like I said, I can't see the money either, but I can see the hole in the bucket.
Right.
You feel me? And the hole in the bucket is illegal streaming. You're not running millions of dollars, and you're not running the million pay-per-views, 1.4 pay-per-views no more.
Right.
Right. And then even if you're doing that, it's like, hey, that's one boxer out of all the other boxers. Like, the model's fucked up. Like, if you look at these promotion companies and then you got all these boxers and you're trying to bring boxers up, it's like, hey, we know some boxers only make like $800 in a fight. But then we don't even, but see, that's why it's like you don't have TV no more. So you had ESPN, you had networks, and like Spike back in the day, you had networks that were putting on boxers so at least boxers can get their name and their branding up. There's no platform for prospects to come up anymore. Like, think about it.
But that kind of like, that's the box that, like, I guess Turkey's trying to check a little bit, right? Like, he's trying to address that with the Grand Prix that he's doing with the WBC, Mauricio Suleiman, with all the prospects. You got to have less than 10 fights, professional fights. You got to be
exactly,
you know what I mean, things of that nature. And then even with this whole entire league that he's coming up with Dana White, it's kind of like the same thing, right? Like, we're trying to get the unknowns, the up and coming. We're trying to make new stars and give them the platforms they need to be in front of the audiences they need to be in front of to be part of some of the biggest fights that they can be part of to kind of get their own fan bases going. Kind of,
and that's why we root for them. But just think about it. They're creating this within a gap. Like we didn't had a gap in boxing. There's been a gap over the last 6-7 years, I would say. We haven't been paying attention into it. We're just looking up now and then we're looking at the landscape and we're like, damn, PBC, damn, Showtime shut down, boom. Top Rank shut down. ESPN shut down, boom. Then it's like, we're and then we're like, what's PBC doing? We're like, boom, there's a gap right here. Right. And we're looking at Turkey and Dana and all them to figure out the gap. And I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. Like I'm a super boxing fan, but I'm an 80s baby. So what happens was when I look back in history, I became a boxing fan when I learned about Muhammad Ali, and then I learned about Sugar Ray Leonard, and then I learned about Hagler, and then I learned about then I went and watched the Riddick Bowe fights, and then the Lennox Lewis, and then in the 90s when I was a kid seeing Naseem Ahmed and seeing Sugar Shane Mosley when he was in his prime, 35-0, 32 knockouts, Golden Boy. Right. So I come from that particular era of boxing. And then when I became an age and became an adult, the politics was already there with Mayweather and it was bogus. So I became a UFC fan. And the reason why I became not an MMA fan, I'm going to specifically say a UFC fan, because like they create
like that production, a fan of that production, of that delivery.
Yeah, but it's not, the production was the system. They created a closed system in which they went and got the best fighters and you had to lock up. You had one belt for each division. If you got hurt, they went and did an interim. You feel me? You couldn't duck a fade. You feel me? So every time you see a championship match, you got the best fighting the best, or you got the best fighting the number one contender, or you got, the number 2 and the number 1 fight. And then if the champ get injured and come back, they got to fight. You had to have the best. So it's like when we talk about a John Jones, when we talk about a Mighty Mouse, when we talk about a GSP, when we talk about a Spider Silva, it's like, hey man, combat sports, these guys are legends because the runs that they had, they were fighting the best. They were even pulling the best from other leagues and getting them over here. So if Turkey and Dana White creates a system in which you create that type of competitivism where there's one belt and you got the best constantly fighting the best, then we're going to get those epic battles. But I'm interested to see how it can play. I believe it can, but there's going to be some exploitation coming there with the business model of the sport because it becomes a closed system. If there ain't no type of union or nothing like that, then it's like, hey, these smaller fighters is going to get the short end of the stick. And then those who span out and come branding can be able to negotiate their contracts. And the economics always becomes lopsided because you got superstar boxers with personalities that do the numbers, that can see the numbers with the sales and can see the numbers with the pay-per-views and all of that, however the revenue's flowing. And then you got all those that are coming through the system trying to fight and getting chewed up, because that's the other dark side of the UFC too. You got so many fighters that got chewed up and spitting out going through that system. You see what I'm saying? Like they got 8. You feel me? They got hurt. You feel me? Like, so that's what I'm saying. It's like we're in an interesting thing with the risk and the reward with combat sports. It's like at the end of the day, we got what we got. We got these guys who want to fight each other. I like the independent promotions and how they negotiate and how they're able to get their money. I'm with it, because if you're putting your body on the line, and then if you come from where we come from the inner city, low income, no income, you feel me? And you able to get a bag and all of that. Hey man, I'm gonna watch you do your thing. I'm gonna respect your business. I'm gonna might want you like a tank. I'm gonna want you to fight the best, whoever. But listen, bro, if you go fight Jake Paul and get 100 million, bro, I'm not gonna be bad at you, bro. I'm not gonna, as a boxing fan, I'm gonna be like, this is trash. This is not a real fight. You feel me? But hey, bro, get your money. And then I'm gonna watch the other guys who's really trying to do it for legacy. I'm gonna continue to watch Bud. You feel me?
Right.
And just to recap on a lot of stuff, man, that was a lot, Blaze. Yo, that's crazy work, right? What you said is very believable. You know what I mean? Like it takes a lot of pressure off the fans of the sport. But you have to, like you said, you know what I mean? All these platforms that brought us, I was 80s baby too, right? I was born in the 70s, raised in the 80s. And I've seen a lot of the same things. I remember so many champions that came off the smaller programs, such as USA, MSG, I'm trying to think, man, so many networks. You said Spike TV, Channel 4. Channel 4 used to host boxing in the afternoon. you had boxing basically from Tuesday to Sunday. You had boxing.
Yeah.
And it was crazy because you always can turn on a boxing match at different times of day. You know what I mean? It was always something. And you would see people grow. You would get the names of people like there'd be ex-champions, gatekeepers fighting on different networks, prospects. So many different levels of boxing were being given to us throughout the history. And today, like you said, not only just the pay-per-view model, but the streaming alone is killing the sport a little bit. Not the streaming, but I'm talking about like the illegal streaming. It's killing the sport.
It's the TV dive, bro. Because
Right.
you remember, look, when we watched it was the networks, USA, Spike, NBC, ABC. You go all the way back. TV though, you feel me?
Yep.
TV was showing boxing. There's no
Right.
TV no more. You feel me? So there's no like huge conglomerate system to where they can put these boxing programs on in between their programming and can run a business model that makes money with their advertisers and their sponsorship. And that's because that's how we become fans. We become super fans of boxers when we watch them grow from prospects to contenders and champions. Right? Now we're in an era now to where you won't know a person until they become a champion, or you don't know a Lamont Roach until he fights Tank, and he was already a champion.
Right.
When if he was able to be on TV, you feel me? We would have been able to see, hey, nah, man, this dude's a dog. You feel me?
Right. And I'll be honest with you. I remember me and Kit Clay giving Lamont buzz when he beat Hector Luis Garcia. You know what I mean? On Pro Box.
Yeah.
We was like, yo, like, who is this guy? I remember us giving him buzz on that. And it's crazy because though it was some time ago, it was still, you know what I mean, something that was different for us because Pro Box is doing their thing. Let's shout out Pro Box, right?
Shout out to Pro Box. Yeah.
They're keeping it special. They're on YouTube. They show their content. They're moving around the circuit and they're bringing up fighters. I mean, who would ever know who Lucas Body was if he didn't get a late KO from getting dominated in the fight where H2O was supposed to take on this fight with Floyd Schofield Jr., right? And that was supposed to actually be Floyd Schofield Jr. in that fight. So let's look at how all these things have parallel, like MVP. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like MVP, all these other networks, everybody's delivering. And it's the small circuits for the casual fans, right? That are actually interning the bigger picture of boxing. And it's saying that we got people outside of the names that you know. And these people can all come to this sport and they can all make a name for themselves and they can actually just be just as good. It's like we look at it as the Cinderella, but there's no Cinderellas in this game, man. It's mano a mano. We in the ring to get it on. And I believe I can beat you. And as long as I have that, I stand on that and I put all that forth, I can make it happen. And that's what we're starting to see in this sport.
Yep. And you know what I realized though? Like when we talk about who's a casual, right?
Mm-hmm.
We talk about who's a casual, right? And if you look at the model on how we used to consume media, the casual was the person who's seen this person just on TV. So it's like you might watch Law and Order on USA, but you might see enough advertisements to watch a boxing match. So the casual fan goes into watching these boxing matches. But now when we're talking about the casual fan are super fans now to the boxers that got the most promotion. That's why you super fan, you can't tell them nothing about a Tank or Canelo or Bud or anybody fighting somebody else because that's all they seen. When before casuals used to see all the other fights, right? But now the casuals have become only what the marketing can put in their face, right? And so now you have like, if we don't like, it'd be like, who have you fought? You're a nobody, you have no name, right? And that's coming more off of exposure and celebrity than it is actual boxing skill.
Damn. Yo, Clay, get this man a clap.
Yeah, man.
Real shit right there. You right though. That's what it is. And then they want to call everyone else that just supports boxing out as a whole casual fans, or they don't know what they're talking about because they don't support the narratives that are being pushed.
That are being pushed. Exactly. Right. It's like you guys bought into the narrative in the echo chamber, and it's like, no, bro, we're analyzing round by round. No, bro, we know what skills each particular boxer fight. We know their opponents. We know the level of competition. We know where their weaknesses is at. We get to talking the nitty gritty. Then it's like, well, he'll knock him out. He'll knock him out. He'll knock him out. Or he can't beat him or he can't touch him. And it's like, hey, bro, you ain't gave no boxing analysis. I understand this is the only boxing dudes you see and it look good aesthetically on camera, and they got great promotions and production with what you seen with a documentary or whatever. But we're talking about an actual analysis, and I think we all fall into that too, because when we do the content creation and we respond to the chat and we have these topics, we go on what's trending. Right. And what happens is we always find ourselves talking about Tank, talking about Bud, talking about this, and that we even got caught up with Tank and Roach. We didn't go back and just devote as much time, like they talk about, what is it, like equal, fair broadcasted. We didn't give Lamont equal timing, and it was 2 men getting in the match. You see what I'm saying? We went and we casually, I remember we was all here like, look, we watched Lamont's tape. We were like, hey man, we didn't see nothing special. But we didn't go through all his fights. We didn't go through all his records. We didn't analyze what happened with the Heron fight. When I go back and look and I'm hearing people actually talk about it, he actually had action at winning that fight, right? Because I didn't watch it. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it's like we got a responsibility too. If we're gonna be like, hey, these dudes is casual super fans and all that, then we need to show them what it really looked like when we talking about real boxing, real analysis, being pure with the sport. But we're in a media framework in which you intuitively go towards your consumers and your viewers. So we're constantly going to react to the chat, respond, going back and forth and debate on these platforms, when we got to do our due diligence with the sport, with who's coming up. All right, let's go through the WBA, who's top 10. Let's go down the list. Let's see if we can find tape on all of them. All right, we can see out of all of them who we think gonna rise, who we think out of these guys gonna be the number one contender. You feel me? Yeah. Then we get, but that's us digging in the crates now. We got to dig. We can't just watch ESPN no more and all that and get the contenders and see the prospects come up. We got to go dig and search for it and be like, hey man, we following them. Hey man, from what we say, this guy's up next coming up. And then that's how we gonna really bring the sport back. And then now the chat will see us. Then we drop the link. Hey, go watch that tag. You feel me? Hey, no, look, this is the list of the top 10 over here. Hey, no, this is the rule over here with the knockdown and with the discretion and the refs. You feel me? We're going to debate about it, but this is the rule. You feel me? And then that way we educate and elucidating, and then we're getting more at it with the sport, but we get caught up because that's the motto, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't been doing it lately because I've been trying to get more professionalism. I've been coming on y'all channels. I ain't really set up my stream, and I got my infrastructure to stream. I don't have time to do it yet, but when I do, it's going to be a more mature, more content, more quality based oriented. But I ain't gonna lie, I get into the chat sometime and I like to go back and forth and BS with guys in the chat and just keep on for shits and giggles. You feel me?
Let me tell you,
the water up a little bit.
Blaze,
you know what I mean?
Blaze must have got a new phone because him not being chopped up and cut off, he dropping some knowledge today. Yeah. Salute to that brother. Yeah, Blaze, for real. Listen, salute. Man, I ain't got the button, but bombs all day. You know what I mean? Rat-a-tat-tat, whatever you got, Clay. Payday, everything. Let's hit them all. You know what I mean?
Nah, man. I think it's it was everything you were saying was right on point, right? And it's just in the spirit of these things you're talking about add to boxing, right? Yeah. Let's open up boxing, not make boxing about just one thing. Stop. Open it up so that there's options out there, and so that you can see the variety and the reality that there's a lot of fighters out there, a lot of talent out there, great fights, great stylistically good fights for the matchmaking. And once you get the educated fan, once you're educating the fan and opening up their eyes to what's out there, then they're not so caught up in just being fanatical for one fighter only. They can actually open up the conversation, be like, all right, well, I can treat this fighter this way because this is where he chooses to compete at. This is the level he chooses to compete at. He wants to be just a prize fighter. He just wants to be involved in certain conversations. But when I want that cerebral action, that cerebral fight, that I can go this way, or when I want that action-packed fight, I can go this way. And you don't have to get so emotionally invested in one damn fighter to the point to where you can't see anything else. And I agree with what you said about Lamont Roach, right? Like, for me, I watched Lamont Roach, right? Like I did that. Like knowing that he was going to fight Tank, I made it my business to go watch his fights. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And the one thing that I slept on was what he was doing at 130, translating. Yeah. Okay. You understand what I'm trying to say? So I saw the talent. I knew what he could do, but I started to question, like, how are you going to deal with Tank punching on you? Are you going to have the power? Are you going to have the power to discourage Tank or to get Tank's respect? Because you look at the fact that a lot of those fights went to decisions. Even though his last fight, he did get a stoppage, but It's just like the way he fights, he stands in front of the opponent, right?
Yeah.
He keeps it off the line, he catches shots, he stands, he doesn't give up position so that he can respond and counterpunch. And I'm like, that's not good standing in front of a puncher like Tank. But you're right though. Like we over amplified what Tank brings to the table. We turned him into like a whole superhero.
A mythological creature. But he did it though. He did that himself though, Clay.
Yeah.
He did that in the sense of but he was 30, he was 30 and 28 knockouts. And the only thing in between his run was Isaac Cruz.
Isaac Cruz, right.
He was sniping everybody.
Yep.
So when we're following the trend, it's like, yeah, that's where we missed that. Because that's you read that. That's exactly you. I was about to ask you, and you just confirmed it. It was the same way too. I'm like, there's no way you're winning in an exchange with Tank.
Right.
That's where I played Lamont short at. Because I'm like, I didn't have nobody winning in exchange. And now Lamont did that. Yeah.
Get hit.
You got to hit, not get hit. You got to slide. You can't catch one clean.
Right. Right.
And he caught him clean. And so now that myth is busted.
So now it changes the conversation a little bit, just a little bit. It makes
just a little bit,
puts everything into perspective now. As far as now, I might need to see this fight. I actually might need to see this now because what if it is what it is. But let me bring up everybody else on the panel, man. Shout out to Fight Sports Talk in the building. Too Rich, I respect the.
What's going on?
What's up, guys?
Doing good, man. What's on your mind, man? What you want to talk about, man? Some things have developed, so I'm interested in what you guys want to talk about, though, man. What do you guys want to comment on right now? Build on.
Well, aside from... you go to.
Oh no, I would just listen to the conversation y'all was having, man. Good convo, man, or whatever the case. But I can say, I'm gonna throw my hat in and say, man, I tried to warn you about the Roach fight. I said it every time I got on here. I told you, a guy got 10 knockouts. How is he winning fights? He winning fights because he boxing. So I knew that was gonna be a tough fight. I got about 3 shorts on my channel where I said Lamont Roach was coming to win that fight. And that I asked the question, was it a cherry pick gone wrong? And I said, look, on the last video, I said Lamont Roach is, before the fight, I said he's coming to fight 12 rounds. Tank hasn't been in there with boxers. But what I thought was, I said he faced Frank Martin, which is technically a boxer. I said he's fighting Lamont Roach. Clearly, maybe he's getting ready for a Shakur, or maybe he's getting ready for a T.O. or a Devin. I said he's getting ready for some boxer because he's fighting the boxers now. You see what I mean? That's not his forte. His forte is fighting a flat-footed guy, maybe a pressure fighter who's going to pressure him. But I did a breakdown on Najee channel, Cigar Talk, a couple of months ago, and I said it on this channel. I said, keep Tank in the middle of the ring and turn him. Make him prove to you that he could box. I said, he's a knockout artist. He's not a boxer. If you keep him in the middle of the ring, he's going to have to figure out how to box. So, and how you know Roach outboxed Tank? How many times did you see Roach back on the ropes? Not one time. Not one time. Damn Roach. He kept Tank in the middle of the ring and made Tank prove that he could box. And Tank looked good. This is the problem. Tank actually looked good, man. He looked good. He was athletic. He was agile. The problem is you're not gonna knock nobody out like that. You're gonna have to outbox somebody like that. And I think he had the skills to box. I think he lost them with all these setup fights he been fighting where he just been knocking guys out. And I knew. Now I didn't never pick Roach to win, but what I said he would go 12 rounds with Tank. I knew Tank wasn't gonna knock him out because Roach was doing something I don't think people seen that I'm gonna break down on my channel, but I could say one of them here. Look, when they got in the middle of the ring, Tank was scooped down. You saw Roach get lower than Tank. This was on purpose. He got lower than Tank. Why did he do that? Taking Tank's uppercut away from him. Not allowing Tank to have leverage to go on the uppercut. If you look, Roach would either use his right hand or his left hand, and he would shield Tank's right shoulder. He's blocking the left, then rip the left hand down and land his own left. That was high level boxing. That was him watching Pitbull Cruz get lower than Tank and realizing Tank couldn't get the leverage to knock out Pitbull Cruz. So he learned a lot. He said in an interview that he watched the Pitbull Cruz fight. So I'm just saying Lamont Roach is there because he's a boxer, and I knew Tank wouldn't outbox him. I knew that, and Roach had enough footwork. See, they thought Roach was a flat-footed fighter. But if
Right.
you really look, Roach was fleet of foot, meaning he could skip back right out of range to take some of the steam off Tank punches. And
Right.
that's why I always thought Shakur would be Tank. I said, Shakur is going to step back and lean back. Tank is not going to reach him. Tank couldn't even reach Roach, and not cleanly. He hit Roach, but if you really look, Roach was always just enough distance back to take some steam off the punch.
Right.
So, and be honest with you, I think Tank gave it all he got at that, all he had at that moment. I don't see Tank fighting any better. He could fight differently, but I don't see him fighting any better. And I'm telling you, Lamont Roach left some food on the table. He should have knocked Tank out. He had the power to knock. He had the power to knock Tank, but he was being so much of a counterpuncher, he wasn't pulling the trigger just quick enough to really knock Tank out. Roach was the most powerful guy in the ring that night.
But OG, would you think that might have been Roach's strategy to ensure that he didn't catch a clean one? So he might have left that on the table to secure his defense.
Definitely. Oh, definitely. That's definitely what it was.
But I don't
think he do it next time. I think he felt like he tasted Tank power, and I think he goes for the knockout this time. The next time.
Wow, man. And you know what? Everything you're saying, I can see it playing out. Like, one thing I'm going to say that Lamont Roach showed me, his power translates. He was able to get Tanks. He was able to get Tank's respect. And B, he got that timing, and he's fat. He has this deceivingly fast twitch. Like the way he responds to getting hit, he lets his hands go instinctively. He's very quick. He's way quicker than it looks like it is. But you putting him in front of somebody who's fast like Tank, you saw how he was beating Tank to a lot of the punches, and you saw him setting Tank up a lot, like knowing what Tank was going to do, what his combinations were going to be doing, what punch was coming next, and how to like catch him in the middle of his punches, and having Tank initiate a lot of clinches. You know what I'm saying? Having Tank trying to get him off of the momentum. So going into the next fight, that being said, going into the next fight, I'm going to bring on Fight Sports Talk actually, but I do want to ask a question that maybe Fight Sports Talk can answer as well if he wants to speak on it. Who are we favoring going into the next fight right now? Is this a 50-50 fight now between him and Tank, or do we still leverage and give Tank the leverage as being the better fighter than Lamont Roach like we did in the last fight? But go ahead, Fight Sports Talk.
It's a very interesting question. I'm going to call it 50-50, and here's why. Because okay, it's very clear that Tank Davis underperformed, and in general, he wasn't motivated for the fight. Now, I'm not making excuses for him. I'm just looking at it and thinking, okay, can he perform better in a rematch? And in my opinion, yes. And like I said, when I was first on your show the day after the fight, the thing that surprised me the most is that Tank's power wasn't affecting Roach. Now, is that because Roach's defense is just so good, or as Too Rich said, he had the right understanding of how to catch Tank's power on the arms and on the guard and counter him? And is it because he was pushing him back? We don't know. So there are things which I think Tank can. I think if Tank is more motivated, this fight could be closer, because I've rewatched that fight and I've scored it once, and I don't see how you can give it to Tank Davis. Much respect to people like 2 Cents who disagree with me there, but you know that I felt that the fight was very clearly in Roach's favor without the knockdown. I think Tank can fight with. I think there are things he can do in a rematch that make it closer. So I'm going to say 50-50, even though my instinct is to say I expect Roach to win. It's I'll just say this. There have been times where the favorite has underperformed and the underdog has significantly outperformed pretty much everyone's expectation. Therefore, a lot of people going into the rematch expected the underdog, or the guy who was the underdog, to win clearly. Like suddenly he becomes the favorite, and then the favorite who underperformed in the first fight suddenly turns it up in the rematch. So I'm just I'm mindful of that kind of stuff happening. So, but yeah, to answer your question, I feel it's 50-50.
I like it, man. Blaze, 50-50?
Man, listen, 50-50. And the only reason why I'm going to say that is like I was a big Tank fan. Now, I could give you my Tank fan and be like, nah, Tank is a wake-up call. He know where he's at. He know what's on the line. He going to come through and give his best performance. But if I do that, I will be dismissing what we seen Lamont do. And I think, then when I'm listening to the brother talk before me, one of the things that I was thinking about when I was watching those later rounds, I was like, this looks like a sparring match. And I was literally in real time thinking of a sparring match, and not in a sparring match where it wasn't competitive, but it was just like these guys were so comfortable and familiar with each other and standing toe to toe that it literally looked like a sparring match. Like I couldn't see who was going to pull it out. Like I really couldn't. So I got it 50-50 because just like the brother said before me, it's like, all right, Tank's going to wake up. He have his best camp ever. He going to come in there committed. But then Roach comes in there with all the confidence in the world. Like, I'm going to continue to do what I know that works. You feel me? And then I'm going to bring it to him. And then so I'm going to be even more confident, and I'm going to train even harder because I want to make sure that there ain't no dispute of whether or not I won this time or not. You see what I'm saying? So all I know is that when we talk about like a demand, now I'm a fan and all that, but I'm like, hey, this is the fight I want to see more than any fight right now. I want to see this rematch. Out of any fight that's matching up right now, listen, man, name another fight that's more in demand for you than this one. You know, outside of the ones that we know that can't happen, you got the Benavidez, Canelo. You know, I want to see Bud fight Canelo because I'm a Bud fan, but that's a fandom talk, right? But look, though, what other fight we got right now that we want to see more than this Tank Lamont rematch?
Right now, because probably not. It's probably the one right now. People want to see this fight right now at this moment. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, see, and like as a boxing analyst, because you take the fight I wanted to see before this one, I wanted to see Tank and Shakur. But no, I want to see this first because I got to give Lamont Rose Jr. all the respect he deserves. We ain't been putting respect on this man's name. Yeah. Like real talk. He comes in and he was champion at 130. He had comparable competition with Tank too. He's a champ at 130. He moves up to 135 and he brings it to Tank. It was super close. It was super close.
And you want to see Tank tested too. Like you want to like remove all doubt a little bit. Like
exactly.
Let me see Tank come back now, knowing not to play with this dude. And we're gonna assume he knew that in the beginning, but like you said earlier, you could give an excuse if you want to, be like, yo, Tank woke up, he was sleeping, you know, he was distracted, things he was doing. But at the end of the day, the answer to the question is gonna come behind the rematch. That's what the answer is.
And I'm gonna end it like this. It's like, all right, what I've been seeing in the chat, and I'll be shaking my head. I'll almost be wanting to respond to it, but I don't even respond when people be doing this. They're like, oh, Tank's mad now. Lamont's gonna really get KO'd. Well, first and foremost, you know anything about boxing, you know you can't go in there emotionally mad. Not what Lamont showed you now with counterpunching and all that. So you can't come in here emotional. That's not what we need to see from Tank. You feel me? And then also it's like, hey, this is the first time we seen Tank tested. That's been our own thing. Tank ain't never been tested. He's facing the ultimate test right now. He comes off a controversial fight in which people can arguably say he lost.
Yeah.
Now it's a real argument. Just trying to be like, you know what I mean? Like, nah, really. No, this is real. This is really real. We got a draw that's debatable, that's controversial. Right. Like I can tell you because like it is what it is. I'm gonna keep it like this. I don't think it should be overturned. I think it is what it is. I think it was just so close in combination with the ref deciding to not call that a knockdown and then him going to the corner and getting his face washed off, which I think at best would have been a warning. He shouldn't get DQ'd for that. There wasn't no competitive advantage or nothing that happened right then. You feel me? Nobody was really significantly hurt. And then he goes over and do that. At best, you give a warning, and then it is what it is. So I'm just gonna let the draw be the draw. But we got to see this rematch.
This though, Blaze. Well, no, I think I know your opinion already. Like, you think that was a knockdown or not?
No, yes, I think it was a knockdown. He took a knee.
Okay, cool. So now that being said, off the strength of that, if you're Lamont Roach, right, and you know that knockdown was a knockdown, is Roach wrong for wanting that to be factored into the scorecards?
No, he's not. He put his life on the line. He put his life on the line, and he put everything on the line when he got into that ring. If he wants to challenge that within the rules, he can do that. I'm not saying I can agree with it or not. People can call it soft or whatever, but it's like Lamont got every right, bro. Because look, I think it's a knockdown. So if he can get it overturned to be a knockdown, then I would agree with him. Hey, they're making the right change. They're making the right call. Because I think it's a knockdown.
Right call, right? Now, if they put the knockdown in there and the scorecards reflect that Lamont wrote, because if they acknowledge the knockdown, that means it's a 10-8 round. If the scores reflect him winning, the scores reflect him as the winner, is he wrong for wanting to be acknowledged as the winner, to have the belt, to be the guy who beat him, to have that on his record as he beat Tank? How's that going to look for the scorecards to represent him winning? Because officially they're going to change the scorecards, right? Because if they acknowledge a knockdown, now they have to change that 9th round scoring. Those judges' scores have to reflect the knockdown. Now it's going to show that he won the fight. Is Lamont Roach wrong for saying, I want that changed? I want that belt?
I don't think so. But my question is can they overturn the fight? Is it just a no contest, or can they literally turn this draw into a win? I don't know the rules of that, Clay. You feel me? But if they can,
just go ahead and neutralize.
Lamont got to be right.
Just basically, you're saying like consider the fight not a good fight. The rules were broken. Nothing counts. It's a no contest.
I mean, like I said, I don't know. Like I said, for me, from the outside in, it is what it is. And for them, what I would say is whether or not he gets it changed or not, it is what it is. Pending they do the rematch. So it's only going to matter for a few months anyways. You see what I'm saying? Like, we need that rematch. Because even if he gets it overturned, we're going to have so many critics saying, oh, it shouldn't have been overturned and all of that. There's going to be an asterisk on win, loss, or draw for this fight forever. It doesn't matter. We need clarity. We only get clarity with the rematch. So whatever happens, because think about it, if he gets the belt, okay, they turn it and give him the belt. They have a rematch.
I agree. No matter what, the rematch has to happen, especially if Lamont gets the win, right? If the scorecard has him winning, we definitely need the rematch. The rematch is not in question. My question is the aesthetics of it, right? Like he beat Tank officially. Like, we're gonna get you a rematch because you lost officially on the cards. I beat you. You're gonna get your rematch.
Yeah, exactly.
I seen somebody saying here, how can I guarantee it's gonna be a 10-8? Listen, bro, whatever the score was in the 9th round, if the knockdown hasn't been factored in, when the knockdown is factored in, Roach will gain a point, Tank will lose a point. Whatever those scorecards are. I'm saying 10-8 because I had a 10-9 that round without the knockdown. I thought Tank generally won that round for the most part, but I do think that I don't think he 10-8'd Lamont. I don't think he dominated Lamont.
And what I would say this though too, it flips from 10-9 to 10-8. So even if you let's just say for the sake of the argument, you give the knockdown to Lamont and then you still want to score 10-9, that still flips the draw. He only needs 1 point to flip. Now, he don't need the 10-8. He needs a 10-9 the other way to get the 2 cards his way.
Exactly.
So it doesn't matter. So, because like I said, you can make the argument that Tank take the knee. Here's how it looked to me. Tank took the knee. Tank knew he took that knee. Tank knew he was going to be down. And when he came back in, he tried to turn up in that round. If you go back and watch the 9th round, when they wipe his gloves and they do figure it all out, he gets the bum rushing Lamont because he knows he's down in this round. That's my opinion. Other people got opinion. Okay, people ain't been talking about that. They've only been talking about the knockdown.
That Tank will probably come out with a little bit more intensity, knowing that he may be behind now.
But that's what I'm saying. He came out in the 9th round with more intensity after he took that knee. But the point I'm trying to make is that even if you give Tank's intensity and then you make it, because it's usually 10-8 when somebody gets knocked down. You can make it 10-9 if you say, hey, Tank showed something in that match. But even if you make it 10-9 on those cards, Lamont Roach wins. So it don't matter if you still say Tank was the aggressor in that round. He took that knee and lost that point.
Right. That's why I was telling Hunter. It's not about it being 10-8. It's about the point exchange. It's about
he don't gotta be. That's what I'm saying. It could be 10-9. Make it 10-9. He still loses. Tank still loses on the cards.
Yeah. I think that it's going to be interesting to see how the sanctioning bodies and the New York State Athletic Commission kind of handle this, because one thing about it is it's not going away, right? That's one thing that they're dealing with, is the reality that the whole entire boxing space is watching boxing now, as far as the corruption of the sport. We're all watching and seeing if the sport is straight and fair across the board for everybody, fair play, or if there's favoritism and A-side privileges inside the ring that's taking place.
Yep.
And I think that makes a big difference for them. I think that's why you can see that just based off of Gilberto Mendoza making it a point to make a statement his damn self, right? Like, hold on now. I don't feel like that. That was somebody else who wrote that. I know what it is. Hold on now. WBA don't stand for no stuff that's weak. I got to make this statement. That's him acknowledging the pressure, right? That's coming from the boxing community. That's like, yo, what you about to do about this, bro? Go ahead, Fight Sport.
Yeah, just to comment on what Blaze said, because I initially, I said on your guys' show, I still haven't been able to speak to any boxing insiders yet. My understanding was that this won't get overturned to a decision win or any kind of win for Roach, because commissions, they don't do that. I mean, they didn't do that for Pacquiao. Bradley won, so why would they do it here? But now, again, listening to other people's interviews, and hopefully I can get one on my show, because Steve Willis did officially start a count and then he stopped because of incompetence, and because that, like we all saw, that round win in Tank was scored in Tank's favor because the knockdown was not completed. Because of that, the Roach's team could actually apparently get this overturned to a decision win for them, because they can say legitimately, and then, like you said, even the president is admitting this, and the commission, they can't ignore it. The count did start, and it stopped when it shouldn't have. So if the count was completed, then that round suddenly becomes big in favor of Lamont Roach. So yeah, there is apparently a chance this could get overturned, and apparently also because politics, Tank's team, that might actually be one of the reasons why they're now saying that they will rematch Roach immediately, so that this doesn't go through and Tank can keep his belt and his undefeated record. Right. Yeah, undefeated record, and they'll just say to Roach, "Look, well, to save you and the trouble and our undefeated record, we'll rematch you and give you your chance at revenge. But we keep the belt, we keep our record, but we'll give you the rematch. So we'll see how this goes. It's very interesting."
Hey, Clay, let me jump in here.
Yeah, hey, real quick. I just want to ask a quick question. Has there been any scenario in which a fight has been overturned from a draw to a win or from a loss to a win?
I don't know.
Has there been any instance when it happens? And so that's what I'm saying. Like, that's where we're in unprecedented territory.
Yeah. Go ahead, Too Rich.
But again, it's that knockdown.
Let Too Rich tap in right quick.
I'm giving 55-45 Roach, man, for the rematch. All right, so if you ever look at my channel, every short I put out there is #psychologist. So when I looking at boxing and no different looking at politics to me, and I look at a psychologist. So I listen a lot. So because when you listen, you can hear the common things pop up. So when I hear all the advice about, from the fans or content creators talk about what Tank should have did, Tank should have did this, he should have did that. What I'm hearing, y'all trying to reteach Tank how to box. That's what you're doing. Now let's look at the option. Okay, well, let's look at it like this. When he fought Frank, he told Frank before the fight, "You're not ready." You know what I'm saying? You're not ready yet. So when his psychology coming into that fight with Frank, high guard, nigga, you ain't ready. I'm finna step on you. Even though he was taking shots, he never relinquished his psychology that this guy is not ready. And for a guy that's not ready, I'm just coming in here with high guard. I'm finna just knock this dude out. With Lamont Roach, there was respect from the very beginning. And as soon as the fight started, Tank had happy feet from the beginning. You see, Lamont Roach was in control of that fight psychologically from the beginning. Tank knew it. So he was attempting to outbox Roach. He wasn't attempting to step straight to him and knock him out like he was Frank, because he knew. So with that respect there, and then seeing how that fight went, what is Tank going to do different? What are you asking him to do differently than he did the first fight? Mm-hmm. Because if Lamont Roach came into the fight sound, and we know what he did, Lamont Roach could have did better. So I'm fine with the draw because I think it makes the Tank and the PBC fans squirm a little bit more, knowing that he really lost that fight. But if you want to say, but I look at it like Roach edged them out. Mm-hmm. So if you want to say edging them out, don't take the belt, I'm cool with that. Don't give them a loss, but if you could give them a draw, I'm cool with that. Okay. Now, if you factor in the knockdown in the knee, which it came from a punch, I'm putting out a short today at 4 o'clock. I'm showing you the punch. I'm showing you Tank touch his eye right after that punch. And then after that, Tank went down. So he went down from a punch. He's not from hurt from a punch, but whatever that punch did to affect his eye.
Whatever the eye was going
happened
through.
To his eye. Yeah.
The punch. Right.
Yeah, it had something to do with the punch, no doubt. And I slow it down. But I just don't know what Tank is gonna do different. What's gonna go up to him with a high guard? The things I asked for the guy to beat Tank, I said stand in the ring, go to Tank's body, and make Tank box. To me, Lamont Roach checked all. I didn't think it would come from Lamont Roach. We didn't know he was fighting Lamont Roach at that time, but he checked all the boxes. How many combination three punch or better combination did you see Tank throw? Maybe he threw one. Tank is a 1-2 guy because he done got convinced he got power. So everything's coming at 1-2. Lamont Roach was throwing 3, 4, and 5 punch combination. Even if they weren't all landing, you have to defend them. Lamont Roach went to Tank body well, and people not realize that's the reason why Tank, he really couldn't get close enough to do nothing to Roach, because Roach was going to his body, which I said all along that was going to be Tank Achilles' heel was his body. So Lamont Roach did enough to keep the distance. He just kept the distance in a different way. But he got hit by Tank, but those punches weren't knockout punches. They were just good shots. Those weren't gonna put Roach down, because Roach was leaning back just enough, stepping back just enough to take steam off those punches. And I just don't see what Tank is gonna do the next time. They're gonna be any different. And I do see what Lamont Roach could do better. So I got Roach, man. Now, Lamont Roach shouldn't fight nobody else. Don't go fight Shakur, man. Right. Don't fight nobody else. Fight Tank. Don't let him up. Don't let him up. Yeah, don't let him. I'm gonna tell you why. Because the problem that Lamont Roach may have is with lengthier guys, and that's what happened with Jamel Herring. So if you get in there with Shakur or Devin or somebody with a little length, he may have some problems. He just might be tailor-made to beat Tank. So beat Tank, then go beat up Floyd Schofield, go beat up those kind of guys, and then go back to the top. But don't let them look what they did to Rayo. Look what they did to Rayo. Ain't no way in the world Rayo should have been fighting Gary Antoine Russell. They took the belt from Rayo, and that's what they're gonna try to do with Roach. Fight Tank, enjoy your win, and go on about your business.
Hey, Too Rich, real quick. I got a question for Too Rich. Hey, but do you think when you got a 55-45 Lamont Roach, do you take into the calculus the issues that he had and that Tank had in his corner? Because I would say, man, there was a whole lot of confusion in his corner. So how do you calculate that into the adjustment that Tank can make going into the next fight? Because obviously something got to give. I even seen videos in which he wouldn't have no physical contact or interaction with Calvin Ford at the end of that fight. And I seen it in real time with him arguing with Calvin Ford saying, you need to listen to me. So what would you, when you're talking about the psychology, right, and the strategy, and then it was like they didn't know which round it was and some more stuff, how would you calculate in that being an adjustment for Tank's performance in the rematch with his corner being more solid?
I don't really think it matter. Okay, who you put in there with Tank? He gonna have to learn how to box again. And Calvin Ford is not. If you go look at the short I made before the fight, I said, why did Tank change trainers? Tank actually got better. To be honest with you, he got better. He got more athletic. You know what I mean? But it's not gonna matter. And that change in trainer, it just. He from a psychological point of view, he split in his mind. Same thing with, do I retire or do I keep going? Those two options. Now I got two trainers. You see, those are patterns. He's fucked up in the head right now, and he don't know which way to go. You see what I mean?
Yeah, he's not. He doesn't possess a single-minded focus.
No, he don't. And look, he went to the weigh-in, the face-off, and he had a tank top on, man. He got in the, he had to put his clothes back on for the face-off. He got in the ring with a fucking wife beater on, man. You see what I'm saying? He was covering up that he was too small. He's too small. He done lost too much weight. He's too small. Lamont Roach was the biggest fighter in the ring. So what is he gonna do to overcome that? He might have to start by eating some pork or something, or whatever he was doing before.
Oh no! Don't say
Dang, man, you gonna knock him off his
Wait, you said
D?
you said
Knock
who's
him
too
off
small
his
in
D
the
with
ring?
your reach? Come on, bro.
Crazy
Let me
work
bring
right there, but hey,
Let me bring
I
Fly
hear you.
frequency on that note. Let me segue into frequency and let him build on what he's going to build on. That was diabolical, right, Fly? Go ahead, man.
Yeah, that was crazy. No, but I heard somebody mention the WBA granting him a rematch or whatnot. Granting Tank a rematch. But I just saw Lamont Roach has an interview with ProBox now. And on that interview, he said that
they were saying you were coming. Yeah, they said he was coming. Go ahead.
Yeah, he said in the interview, he said on the contract that they had, he said Tank has a one-way rematch clause in case of a draw or a loss. So he said his end is signed already. So it's not like, Tank has to do something special to try to get this rematch. It's already in his contract. He can get the rematch if he wants to because it's part of the clause. It's a clause that's in there. So, I just wanted to put that out there because I keep hearing people, sounding like they're, like Tank would have to be given the rematch or whatever, or given that opportunity when it's already there. It's the ball is in his court.
And this is a moment of truth. And that's a moment of truth for Tank because it's all in Tank's corner whether or not this rematch happens now. And if it don't, then he's the duck.
Yeah. I don't think to be honest, I don't think it happens unless they give the win to Lamont Roach because Tank was already talking about not fighting him already after the fight. At the post-fight press conference, he was saying that he didn't have any control of it. He said that's who he wanted to fight, but he didn't think that fight was going to be next. And he said, I know this fight is not going to be next.
But Flyer, I speculate on that it was the business side. Here's my speculation. I speculated that he expected to go in there, beat Lamont Roach, and then get a fucking spectacle of getting Jake Paul in the ring. And so I think after that fight, I think he already had it lined up, like they had it behind the scenes. And so when they asked him, is this the fight you want next? He's like, yeah, this is the fight I want, but this isn't the fight that's happening. But what I think overnight, I think his business partners and everybody else who was committed to that looked at like, hey, this is bad branding. This is bad for business. If we leave this controversy on your record where everybody's saying you lost for the business sake, you need to get back in the ring with Lamont Roach. That's why you hear him say that at the press conference, but then you hear him go back and forth with Lamont saying, hey, I'm pushing for the rematch now. Where it's like, fuck that.
But I took that as Tank saying that he wanted the rematch, but his handlers weren't trying to get the rematch. When you say you're pushing for the rematch, that sounds like you're trying to convince them to let you get the rematch.
I think so.
Right.
Yeah.
But what I'm thinking his handlers is seeing it too, though, because his handlers is about the money, right? So it's like, look, you make the most money by Tank's brand and being the cleanest, right? This is a bad look, homie, for money, because this is going to be what's talked about if he do any other fight. All they're going to be talking about is this shit right here. You feel me?
But
his whole branding was that he's unstoppable at 135.
So you shouldn't have to do no pushing though if they're already in agreement. We're pushing with them.
I would say that I think they already had agreements done, and he can't tell you the agreements in the press conference. I think it was like I think Lamont crashed the party, so he can't say shit because it's like, hey, I done already seen that we done agreed to this whole other fight, right? So I want the rematch, but we done already shook on something else. I'm already locked in with my people that we're doing something else. So I can't tell you that we're fighting Lamont because I done literally already got something else locked in. And I'm glad that they're keeping the business under wraps where we ain't officially hearing nothing so it can continue to be speculation because that's in his best interest for him to make his best move. And I think when they all get together in his whole team, their best move is to make the adjustment and make this rematch. And I'm like I told you, I look at Tank as a prize fighter, not as legacy. Even if you're now, this is both though. This is for legacy for him to fight, and then if he was to fight the best in the future, that's my wishful thinking. But from a prize fighter and a business standpoint, just like Floyd was doing, hey man, if there was any questions around them losses or around them wins, hey, you go immediately go back and dismiss them or dispel them. I'm complete, right?
Yes.
You know what?
Let me add to that real quick, because I actually thought something was very interesting what you're saying, and I do agree. I think that fight was already solidified and ready to go. I think this is, if we listen to Tank and all his interviews and everything he's been saying about retiring, dude, he's a la Floyd Mayweather, right? He was looking to make a commercial fight so he can get the biggest payday of his career and walk away, regardless of it being end of the year or not. Maybe he would have taken a fight at the end of the year, but he was trying to do some type of promotion with a big name that's going to get him the biggest payday, and he was ready to get out this ring. He expected to win this fight. Basically, in my opinion, I think he already looked past Lamont Roach. I think he went to that fight believing that he would just have fun, because if you look at the way he was fighting in the first couple of rounds, he just felt comfortable enough where he can taunt and do some like weird antics in the ring that we never seen Tank fight like before. Even standing in the pocket, like I was listening to Too Rich earlier. How many times have we seen Tank really go toe to toe with people? He hasn't been doing that so many times, but a handful, right? I can think on the top of my head: Gamboa, Leo Santa Cruz, Pitbull, and Pedraza, right? So all those fighters that he went toe to toe, and I mean physically, like maybe for more than 3 or 4 seconds, guess what they all have in common? The similar height advantage. So that's one thing that I looked at. And then we go back to this Jake Paul scenario. He was looking to cash out. He was looking to cash out, get out of boxing. His head wasn't in the game. I'm not making excuses for him. What I'm saying is he didn't seem to deliver the challenge that we expected him to deliver. And him starting slow, I think the change of the 50-50 fight goes up towards Tank's favor. I don't think Tank starts slow this time. I think Tank comes out and he comes to the ring to put points on the board early. He knows what kind of fighters he's standing in front of. Tank did not reach in his tool bag. Tank was not really paying attention to his corner. It shows a lot of lack of discipline on Gervonta's part. And I see a lot of that in this fight. And I'm not taking nothing for granted. Lamont Roach did his thing, but I think Tank's tool bag, he brought it out a little bit, but he left a lot of tools in that bag. And he didn't seem like he was really interested in making this fight a serious fight, in my opinion. He thought he had a shoe in.
Hey, let me say that right quick.
Let me say one last thing before I go, because I gotta go. I think that's more the reason that they should give Lamont Roach the win. That's the only way that I think that we can guarantee that I think Tank would try to fight him again, because would it still be in the draw, there's still a chance that he could go the other way, and just be satisfied with that draw. If they make it a DQ, it's like a glorified draw. It's like the same thing, So if Lamont Roach got that win, I think that will force Tank and his team to go in that direction, and we'll get to see that fight again. And it'll be cleared up.
Right.
Sweet, y'all got that.
All right.
Fire. Yo, let's fight Sports Talk Bill for 2 seconds, man, because I know he's been quiet, and then we'll go to Too Rich.
To be perfectly honest, I really don't have much else I can add. I mean, I've talked about everything I can to do with the fight as far as breaking it down. I mean, rematch. We can talk about that when it happens.
No problem. No. Look, hold off for a second and let him build, because we're going to jump into this. I want to get some perspective from everybody on the panel on this on this merge between Dana Turkey and Nick Khan. I want to talk about that. I want to get some good perspective as far as pros, cons, and just overall, is this a good thing or is this potentially going to be a bad thing? But Too Rich, you about to say something?
Yeah, I was going to I'm gonna give you my closing statement, because I had to get out here too, man. But
I need you on this for this topic, man.
I'm gonna speak on that too.
All right.
But the last thing on the Tank thing, it's this. It's like this. My psychological look at it like this: if Tank is the A side, right? If we look at him as the A side, we know he's the A side, rather. So you would look at, say, the next level down is Devin, the T.O., Shakur, Lomachenko, and they would be B sides to Tank. Okay, then you got another level down. That's where you get the Pit Bulls, the Ryans, the whoever. That level of crowd. So that we could look at it as the C side. Instead of Tank fighting that level at the B side, he kept going down to the seaside, picking those fights that advanced him none at the division of 135 that really did nothing. He kept playing in the mud. And I said on the video, I said, he going to keep playing in the mud and he going to get muddy. He keeps dipping down, way down below where he's supposed to. And now you got to look. Here we are. The biggest fight of Tank's career is with a seaside fighter. You see what I'm saying? Not the class we want him to fight. His biggest fight right now. We don't want to see Tank and Shakur. Now Tank got something to prove now. If I'm Shakur, if I'm Keyshawn, I don't even want to fight him until I see him perform better. I'm playing that same game. And I just think that this bad decision this how money ruin you, man. If anybody has ever been a real athlete, you don't get better playing lesser than or competing again lesser than your level. You see what I'm saying? It's gonna make you worse, and that's what you saw with Tank. It's the same Deontay Wilder. I only got to be right for 1 second. They got to be right for the whole fight. Tank style had adapted that mentality, so I knew that was coming to an end. Soon as he got in there with somebody that could box. Now, as far as the other thing with Turkey and Dana White, I don't think I ever said this on your panel, Clay Ray, but on other panels I did speak on. It was an interview on the New York Times 2023, if you want to go look it up, when Turkey was coming before all this started, and they already knew what the plan was.
Yep.
The end goal was to start a league. That was the end goal from the jump. The first disbursement from the Saudis was $2 billion. For anybody thinking they need to make profit, they already had this thing planned, man. And what I would say is this: you're gonna have to take some to give some. We want to see the great fights where you gotta have a tournament style if you want to see the best fight the best. Because if you give them a choice, they're not gonna choose to do it. It's easier ways to make money. You see what I mean? So if we want to really see the best fight the best, you got to have a tournament style, just like the NFL, just like basketball, baseball, whatever the case may be. So for that, it's going to be good, but it's going to have to be the Muhammad Ali act going to have to go. And because at the end of the day, 1% of the boss is making all the money anyway, so that part won't change. The draws would still make the money they should make. But you're going to get a chance now where you got one belt, and we're going to start to see the revolving door, which is actually going to create more stars at the end of the day. So I think it got to happen. You know, I get the aesthetics of it, but I'm all for it, man, because I know that's the only way we're going to get boxing back to the level it need to be.
Yeah, no doubt. Hey, Coach Eddie, welcome to the chat, man. I'm gonna
get out of here, man. I'll be in the chat though. I'll be in the chat.
No doubt.
All right, brother.
Peace, OG.
Catch you later.
Coach, welcome in the building. But I'm gonna go let Fight Sports kind of tap in this. I know he wanted to tap into it. Then I'm gonna come back around to you, and then we'll go to Blaze.
Yeah. Overall, I think it's a good thing. I regret not doing videos on this last year because I never thought Dana was going to get into boxing, not because he's not passionate about it, but just because I did not think that he would get into a sport where he simply can't do what he does with the UFC. And I can do videos and people would like on the history of this because people wonder how he was able to get the UFC model to where it is. Well, it was a combination of luck, but also the Fertittas he and the Fertittas, the family who financed the company, they were fortunate to be the richest guys and the brightest guys at a time when nobody really understood the sport. So you simply can't do that in MMA, a sport where the Muhammad Ali act is big. So I never thought this was going to happen. Overall, it's good because they know, okay, Dana White knows the sport. He knows what goes into matchmaking. He knows what goes into fighter development. So overall, that's a good thing. There's pros and cons to everything. One of the many cons, or I wouldn't say many, but one of the cons that does stick out is what's going to happen when fighters turn down fights. Because with the UFC, there are things that the UFC can do to force guys to take fights they don't want to take, and you're not going to have that in boxing. But the other side of that is Dana White's very good at negotiating fights that the fans want to see. So Yeah, and we've talked about this you guys have talked about this endlessly. Turki Al-Sheikh is a fan, not just a rich fan, but he's a fan of the sport. So overall, I'd say good thing. You get two guys with money and knowledge and passion for the sport, can't go wrong. As far as the Muhammad Ali Act being a problem for these kind of things, and I will do a video on this, I'm not sure how much the Ali Act actually plays a factor because my understanding is that guys don't enforce it nearly as much as they can. So I'm not sure if that's really an issue. I don't think they're going to be able to get rid of it because you're going to have to go through not just court, but you're going to have to go through politics to get rid of it. And I just don't think that's going to happen. So yeah, there's pros and cons to everything. But overall, you've got two guys with the money and the passion for it. And Dana White, I'll say this just because Eddie, you mentioned the whole tournament structure. The UFC, they've never actually done tournaments before. Well, actually, no, they did, but back in the days where the sport wasn't really a sport, it was just a freak show. There's actually other companies like the PFL who do use tournaments. So I don't think this will bring any tournament format to the sport. What I do think it will bring is just clarity of, okay, we want this ranked fighter to fight this ranked fighter. And of course, ranking's always subjective. But when you've got two guys, this is the last point I'll make, when you've got two guys who understand the sport and actually understand what goes into the rankings, these aren't just pencil pushers behind a desk, that's a good thing. So yeah, overall good thing. There's cons, but overall, I think this can be really good for the sport.
I like it, man. Well, Coach Eddie, where's Coach Eddie? Oh yeah, Coach Eddie, what's on your mind, man?
Yeah, as far as this Turkey situation with I think Khan, I got a lot of questions. I can't really say that I'm sold on the idea, but like I say, I'm not a billionaire, so what I say and doesn't really amount to anything because I'm not in the boardroom. But I'm just wondering, are they going to start, doing salary caps? Are they going to do like a freaking, ranges? Like if you're this level fighter, this is the maximum amount that you can make. Cause like when you start doing that type of thing, almost like unionizing any type of activity, now you have a scale. Is there going to be a different scale for this level fighter? Are the fighters still going to have the freedom, to explore other options? Or are you going to be locked in these type of contracts? And no matter how big a star you are, this is where you cap out at. So when you start doing things like that, you have salary cap, you have minimum. So it can be the whole logistics of the thing. Gonna be interesting how the format. That's what I'm interested in, the format, because you have some guys like they kind of transcend the sport where they can demand, these astronomical numbers like Tyson Fury or Usyk or Anthony Joshua. These guys are demanding, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, up to 100 million. And then you got other guys who in that bracket, 2 million, 5 million bracket, and you got other guys that are, 6-figure guys, 5-figure guys. So how does this all play out? As far as I'm interested in the money, is it a play? Because I always kind of interested in this. I'm thinking, are they just trying to take control? That way they can lower the pay scale. So a lot of these astronomical numbers they don't have to pay. So like instead of paying a guy like Tyson Fury $100 million, maybe you can get it for $25 million or something like that. So I'm just interested in the end game. I don't really know how far it's going to go.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think all these things are going to be things that we have to see before we really get the answers. But I will say this: people have spoken to the idea of fighters being overpaid being part of the issue with where boxing's at, as far as the motivation that fighters have to compete against each other, overpaying them a little too early. People have talked about that thing, right? They say that the PBC did that to their fighters, to their roster. They'll say that, you overpaid these fighters and now you can't even get them to fight no more. I'm sure there'll be balance. They're bringing things on certain intangibles that they're bringing to the table that you have to factor in to the medical, the rehabilitation, the nutritionists, the facilities they're going to have access to, the activity, right? The more activity, how are they going to get paid? By fighting more, or are they going to get paid so much in one fight that they that they're coming back to the negotiation table asking for even more money the next time, and then we're back in the same situation where they're fighting once, maybe twice a year max for a busy fighter, right? I think all those things are going to come into play, because ultimately there is a goal, and I think the end goal is to keep the fight, is to make sure that the best are fighting the best, and they don't want to be getting into unnecessary negotiation conversations to where the money just keeps going up and up and up, and it starts becoming, more importantly, more difficult to put these fights together. So I'm sure they're going to address it to a certain degree. I wouldn't be shocked. I would say from a fan's point of view, we're going to benefit because we're going to have this structure there in front of us, which makes it a lot more pleasing for us as far as watching competitive boxing. But I do think that the boxers inside of this organization are going to have to probably give a little too as well to kind of get the activity. I think it's going to be give and take. We'll get the answers better, obviously, as it rolls out. But 100% I agree with you as far as like these, I don't want to say caps, but I do believe the pay structure is going to be a little bit more different, especially for the fighters who aren't the big stars. I think the big stars are going to continue to come over there and get their biggest paydays. I think that's always going to be it. You know what I mean?
Can we just emphasize that it's a league, right? And what happens in most leagues, they do have pay scales, they do have negotiations, they have long-term contracts. So it's very possible that as they're signing people to the league, they may give them a certain amount of fight deals, as we see, but year deals, right? Yearly deals. It may come with benefits. It may be coming with some incentives. You know what I mean? You get a certain amount of knockouts, you get this bonus, whatever the case may be. Whether you're watching football, rugby, soccer, whatever the case is globally, right? We see this all the time. So it may be like what Coach Eddie, I think you're referencing is it going to come with like our highest paid fighter being the superstar of the sport, or our quarterback and our pitcher, right? Or is it going to be our main striker? Is it going to be the guy that's just basically a fill-in fighter or player? Is he going to be the guy that's just a contender? Is he going to make a budget of, pretty much rounding about based on his fights of them giving a 5-year deal for $200,000, and then that way they don't have to worry about paying different caps, managing money here and there per fight, or etc. It may just be a long-term deal, and it comes with all the benefits of healthcare, things of that nature, and some other things that benefit the fighter outside of boxing, some sponsorships and things of that nature. It's a lot that can be played on this. Not like what Clay said too. Maybe not. And maybe it has just a different structure and they're working on it. So, we'll have to wait and see.
Hey, can I jump in real quick? I don't mean to cut anybody off. I don't want to lose my train of thought because sometimes I forget stuff. When you said that kind of made me think, if you get a lot of fighters under an umbrella, first of all, you can have fights on a weekly basis because you can make those guys, like how they used to do back in the day, you can make them fight a lot. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you got them signed to a long-term contract. Secondly, what about a code of conduct? Once you get everybody under an umbrella, you can say, look, you have to abide by, this is our code of conduct. If you violate this code of conduct, then we can penalize you. Because the NFL, NBA, they all have codes of conduct. If you violate the codes of conduct, then the commissioner comes down on you. So you're going to have some type of commissioner if it is a quote-unquote league. And then, like I said, are you going to have franchise, boxers just like you have franchise basketball players or franchise football players or whatever? So there's a lot of questions that need to be answered.
Bingo.
No doubt. Blaze, what's on your mind about the topic? What are you thinking about it?
Man, I'm everywhere with this thing, man. And so I'm just going to lock in to what just came fresh in my mind right now. But I mean, the first thing I think about is like when you think about this Dana White and Turkey, you think about the UFC, right? So you start thinking about the UFC, and then I have to do the contrasts, right? One thing about MMA is that when MMA came in and then they bought MMA, and when Horace Gracie was doing his thing and there wasn't no weight classes and anything goes, and then they ultimately became a league. MMA was an international sport. Like boxing is an international sport with a long history, right? Of how it's did. So the UFC was able to position themselves to be the premier MMA league, right? Because we didn't know, because MMA wasn't a sport that was sanctioned all over the world. So they was able to create their own rules, in the sense of it's similar to other mixed martial arts that was already happening. It wasn't anything that was popular and didn't have a history to it. And so then they were able to create a closed system, and then they got enough good fighters, great fighters, that they legitimized it with their matchups. we all recognize whoever's the light heavyweight champion of UFC is they're the best light heavyweight MMA fighter. We'll compare it to the PFL, we'll compare it to Pride or whatever these other leagues. So I'm interested to see how they'll try to take that business model and then go into boxing that's already an international sport, in which you're going to have fighters and you're going to have promoters and all that's not going to buy into it, right? So that's just my whole issue with they make a league and then it's like, all right, how do you get, and then you're looking at the pay scale. How do you get if like, let's just say Tyson Fury didn't retire, but he was active. How do you get a Tyson Fury to go into a closed system in which his pay would dramatically drop, but you'll get the fighter that goes for $800 a fight. He'll jump into this league fast because it's an economic opportunity for him to rise the ladder, right? So then if you do get a one belt, how do you legitimize it? Because if I'm somebody from the outside looking in and I'm champion, Turkey and them guys make a league and I decide not to participate in it, I could be like, you're champion all you want. I'm still that guy. Like it's not, and then other boxing fans would be like, yeah, they're the champion in this league, but we still want to see them fight this person because we have a history of, legitimizing the WBC, the WBA, the IBO, IBF or whatever, right? In the Ring magazine, but which Turkey owns the Ring magazine. So that adds another wrinkle. But here's what I would say. Here's what I imagine, right? Just like they got the Ultimate Fighter, just imagine there's an Ultimate Boxer and you got 16 lightweights and they're all in the house and they're all shooting for it. That becomes very interesting and very entertaining for us to just have, just like you have an Ultimate Fighter or Ultimate Boxer, them guys run through the gauntlet and then ultimately you have a finale where you put on a good show in a card. I think that can work. But like I said, as far as it being the whole end all be all and them taking a league to take over boxing, they can't do that. It's not feasible. You know what I'm saying? And with it being the Wild Wild West. So it sounds good. I'm always for, if they're going to give us competitive fights and we're going to get to see people rise up the ranks, I'm going to watch it. But I just don't think there's going to be some type of takeover from the way the boxing model is.
Yeah, I think takeover is definitely there's definitely some context as we put over on that, what the takeover is, right? But I do believe in wave, right? And I believe that in the next 3 to 5 years, if this thing is done correctly, that it will be a wave, right? Of like, I like the way they're delivering this. Because keep in mind, what's going on inside of the ring is one part of the conversation, but the actual rollout, the entertainment value, the production, the trailers, the build-up, the all accesses, all these different aspects, the video games, everything that Turkey's like putting his hands into, that's going to come full circle, built around this boxing. The product of boxing becoming a better product is going to have a lot to do with bringing in the casuals, and the casuals will gain fans. And I think people saw that just the way Jake Paul and KSI and these other fighters were able to come into the boxing space and actually pull in bigger crowds than the boxers that we know to be the best in the world. And the fact is that the casual fans you can get them if you deliver it to them the right way, and they'll become fans in their own right of certain fighters. You know what I'm saying? And they'll have their own fights that they're fans of, and this could build their own fan base. I think about that slap thing that Dana bought, the slap show, the slap something, I don't know what it was called, but they be slapping the fire at each other.
Power slap. The dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Never could watch that shit.
But it's getting bigger and bigger. Let me tell you, at the right time, that thing has a purpose. At the right time, if you just want to laugh and just see something crazy, it serves it. At the right time, I haven't been able to watch a whole episode of one, but I'll catch a couple slaps, bro.
Clay, real quick. Let me just say something culturally about this. Hey, man, where I come from, listen, man, the worst thing you can do is slap another man. Listen, man, people that lost their lives behind slaps, man. Listen. So I can't even get into it because it's like, how would you subject yourself? How would anybody we know coming from where we come from, a self-respecting grown man, you put your head behind your head and let another grown-ass man slap you with all this power? Please, I can't get into it. I respect it. Much love to good success, but listen, man, culturally, I can't get into it, bro. That's where I'm from.
It has its moments. If I catch it like on a YouTube, like on a short, or if I catch it at the right time, I'll play it back again and again. Like, damn it, bro. Damn, that dude slapped the fire out that dude, right? But what I was gonna say is that it's catching its own wave. It just is. It's doing well, believe it or not. You know what I'm saying? I think even Showbiz talks about it before, like catching, like it's catching its own wave. Anything can catch its own wave with the right production around it. with the right promotion, with the right marketing. Anything can catch legs is what I'm trying to say, right? I'm not trying to like convince anybody to watch Slap, but I'm trying to use it as an extreme because I know most people on here probably looking at it like, man, that is stupid. I was so happy that Fight Sport responded the way he did because I think that's most of the response by like boxing fans or combat sport fans look at it like, man, that is diabolical, bro. How in the hell?
Yeah.
But there is a base that's making that a profitable, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
For Dana.
Things of that nature, right?
And I think the same thing is going to happen with this boxing league. I think it's going to have its own fans. There'll be some boxing fans that will come over, like I'm going to be over there watching, you know what I'm saying? But for the most part, I think the bigger numbers are going to be occupied by a new fan base, a casual fan base that's going to jump into this from the beginning and ride all the antics, all the promotion, all the cool stuff that they're doing. They're going to get used to that. You know what I mean? And it's gonna, and I think it's gonna coexist, you know what I'm saying, in a space where this boxing that we know it as today will still be here. I don't think this boxing will ever go away that we know today. I think it's just something different.
Y'all remember the Contender?
Oh,
go ahead, Fight Sport.
Oh no, Blaze, you can go. I just because I cover MMA on my channel, I can just offer some firsthand perspective on what Blaze and Eddie have said. But Blaze, you go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying that y'all remember the show The Contender.
100%.
It was started on NBC and then went on USA. So I'm interested to see if
Jr. was on there. A couple of other fighters on there that came up through that show. Yeah.
Yep, K9. Shout out to K9. And so I'm just interested to see if they was to do it, they would run some type of similar model like that.
I think so. But then that takes the whole pay scale thing away, right? Because they're fighting for something at the end of the day. But aren't they doing that with the prospects anyway, with that trophy?
Are you talking about with the Grand Prix?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're doing that. They're getting paid though. They're getting paid in that.
Very similar, right? But they're just not.
Everybody's gonna get paid because everybody's gonna get paid. I promise you. I believe that wholeheartedly. Nobody's gonna sit there and not get paid. You're not gonna hear about bad payments. That's his brand, right, on the line. He's not gonna have people walking around here talking about not getting paid. Are they gonna make the biggest bags in the world in comparison to what?
I think it's fair pay if they do prospects, because then they'll be getting paid more than any other opportunity. They're providing an opportunity that they wouldn't have nowhere else to go in there. So I think they pay them more than they'd get paid if they create a model in which they're taking a bunch of prospects and running the gauntlet.
Yeah, I think people are going to be able to box and not. I think you're going to see whatever they're getting paid. I have a feeling it's going to be able to let them be boxers for a career. No more, I'm a part-time this. And I think they're going to legitimately take people and be like, you ain't got to do what you was doing no more. You're going to do this.
Yeah.
And we're going to make sure that financial compensation is going to put you in position to do that. And you'll go up from there with the amount of accolades and the amount of accomplishments and success that you have in this system, and ultimately get to the biggest bags in the world when we're making the biggest fights with your name in it.
Right.
Yep. Just again because again I've looked into the UFC not from the legal's perspective in terms of what they went through with the court battle, with the class action suit, and just to comment on some of the things that Eddie and Blaze have said. First of all, what Eddie said about the pay, there was actually a time where the UFC did have caps. Like they did have if you've had like this many fights, you get 3,000 per fight, 3,000 to show, 3,000 to win, and then 4,000, 5,000, 10,000. The reason they were able to get away with that is, one, the sport was very new. No other company was successful, and the UFC was losing money on every show, so they could get away with that. As far as bringing that to boxing, that they can't. Like, there's no way they can put caps like that on any pay and any athlete. And one of the reasons the UFC has actually lost interest lately, like I've seen a lot of fans talk about this, and I've just been watching. I've been breaking down less on my channel and watching more boxing. One of the main reasons is because it's MMA is kind of losing its appeal because, well, one of the reasons is fighters are taking advantage of the system, like we've complained about in boxing for years, and fighters aren't as active. They're not fighting the best. Sometimes they're able to weasel their way out of certain fights, and fans are getting sick of it. So now one of the reasons is also because it's not owned by fight fans anymore. These Hollywood guys, they're businessmen. They're bureaucrats. They're not fight fans. So, but that's in terms of the pay. In terms of what you guys have talked about and what Blazer said about the best fighting the best and there being and maybe the money not going to the headliners, as you said, Clay. That's been one of the biggest problems with boxing. And you say this, it sounds like you're against fighters getting paid, but the problem has always been the biggest names getting paid the most, and there not being enough money for the lower card fighters. One way you solve that is you bring an entity in like Saudi Arabia, and you get fight fans. And Turkey is a fight fan, so is Dana White. But another thing is that because Dana White does know how to incentivize fighters, so I can see a scenario where the guys won't be getting paid maybe, we'll just say umpteen million to fight no-name fighters who nobody's heard of. Dana White, I believe, and as well as Turkey, will be able to incentivize fighters. Hey, you want to make the bigger money will come with the biggest risk, and hopefully bringing boxing back to what it used to be. But in terms of putting caps on fighter pay, that they can't. Like you can't go back to when the sport was run by guys like Don King, and that's never going to happen. But also in terms of a league, I mean, one of the problems that MMA has had over the years, and the UFC, they've been able to get away with it, but it's actually now become a bit of an issue, is that you have top fighters outside of the UFC. And before, because the UFC is the company that saved the sport, or I should say what Dana White and the Fertittians saved it, fans just, even if the fighter outside of the UFC was really good, fans just didn't really pay attention to it. That's become an issue over the last few years because, well, there's multiple reasons. But yeah, fighters outside of the UFC have been getting more attention. And with boxing, because you can't bring, they can try, but they're not going to be able to bring all the top guys under one banner right away. That's going to, again, make things a lot more nuanced, and fighters will the promoters will have to work a lot harder to make the fights between the best fighters, because they're not going to have everybody under one banner at the moment. So yeah, it's like you said, Clay, it's a process.
Yeah.
Hey, Clay, can I piggyback off that real quick?
100%, yeah.
Yes, sir. So I think one reason I think UFC has been losing traction is because they get all their stars beat. And once you start getting beat a lot, people start losing interest in you. And I think as boxing fans, we believe in the Easter Bunny and we believe in Santa Claus, meaning that we believe our fighters are indestructible. And that's the part of building the fan base. It takes so long in boxing to build a consistent fan base. And once you start putting these guys in these 50-50 fights, and yes, we want the best to fight the best. Once they start losing, their fan base will abandon them. That's all it takes for us. One loss, we throwing you in the trash can. I'm not saying that's just how we are collectively as boxing fans. I mean, look how Errol Spence's fans abandoned him. We are abandoning our fighters so fast and so quickly. Another strategy that I see, I think, if you putting all these stars, quote unquote superstars, in these fights, and if they start losing, now you can cut their pay because they're no longer undefeated. So now they can't demand that high level that they once demanded because, hey, that zero's gone. So now I can cut you down. Now I can maybe give you a 20% lower, 30% lower than what you should have, because now you're not undefeated anymore. And if not, so what? I got a lot of fighters. If you don't want to play ball, I just pop somebody else in your slot and just start promoting this guy. And he'll do the same job you're doing for less money. And that's how labor works. If you don't want to take it, hey, so what? Somebody else will. You do the same job, and we'll promote this guy. And next thing you know, now we got a new star. So it's almost like a Trojan horse almost. I mean, I'm kind of interested because I do see a Trojan horse situation with this, but that's yet to be determined.
No doubt. I'm gonna move it to the final topic before we close it up. It's gonna be at this point the WBC ordering Dimitri Bivol to go ahead and defend that WBC title against David Benavidez. this is what's going on. This is what's going down. I guess Dimitri Bivol has choices now, and he has to figure out what's going to be the best choice. Definitely interested in your guys' perspective on what's the next move. What do you expect to happen for Dimitri Bivol specifically, as far as him weighing out Artur Beterbiev or David Benavidez, and what does that look like? Are we anticipating him vacating the belt and allowing Benavidez just to become the full WBC champion, or are we going to expect Dimitri Bivol to take that challenge and fight Beterbiev later? And also, does he need? Weeks have gone by now. Does he need to fight Beterbiev? Does this trilogy need to happen? What's the most important thing at this point that happens in the light heavyweight division with this undisputed title that Bivol is holding? I'll start with Blaze and then come around and end it at Fight Sports. We'll probably end it at Ray, right? Let's be honest, like bring it full circle to Ray. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, Blaze.
All right, bad. I mean, I want to see the trilogy between Bivol and Beterbiev because I just thought them were two amazing fights. Seeing each individual, at the top of their game, coming in with their styles. They're being super close, and each one winning the fight just edged out just by a slight edge. So I want to see the trilogy, but at the same time, it's like, hey, I want to see Benavidez be able to fight some of the best at these weight classes, and this is be his biggest fight against his biggest competition. And so I'm interested to see how it's going to play out. I mean, with Bivol, I think, with him, he has every right to do what he want to do. If he wants to do the trilogy or if he wants to fight Benavidez, I really, at this particular point, I think we're winning as fans with these scenarios for us to have a scenario in which we might see Bivol fight Benavidez or we might see him do the trilogy. So that's just where I'm at with it. I mean, the politics, it'd be like, I think it's kind of corny when these individuals go for undisputed and then these sanctioning bodies come through and snatch belts when if the individuals who are going for undisputed are like doing actual like rematches. Like it's not like they're ducking and they're running around with these belts. Like I don't really like this sitting well if Bivol fights Beterbiev, but he gets stripped of the WBC when it's like, hey, you guys make these exceptions for certain fights that happen. These individuals fought for undisputed. There was 2 close fights. A trilogy feels warranted. I think you would at least allow Bivol to do the trilogy and then allow Benavidez to challenge for the WBC. But like I said, I don't know where everybody's at. I don't know if the trilogy is locked in. I hope it is because I think it's a very good fight. But if it's not, then yeah, I would want Bivol to fight Benavidez. And that's my thoughts on it.
No doubt. Coach Eddie, how you feeling?
I like the Benavidez fight next. I think it'll do better numbers than the Beterbiev fight because they did release those numbers. They were less than stellar. I think with Bivol and Beterbiev, it's basically you're gonna see the same fight. It's like gonna be watching the same fight 3 times because it's gonna play out exactly the same. It's gonna look the same with just little subtle adjustments. Beterbiev didn't look like he was interested. That dude looked like he's ready to retire. To be honest, man, he looked like he lost a step. And rightfully so. He's 40 years old. I don't think he's not interested in the the rematch. He didn't. The body language just seemed like it was there. I just put it like that. I fight Benavidez that way I can keep all my belts. Then I visit Canelo after that. If I'm Bivol, I'm getting my bread now. That dude's 34 years old. I'm gonna leverage those belts. I'm getting my money. I'm a Benavidez. I favor Bivol to beat Benavidez pretty handily. Just outboxing him and just pretty much outclassing him. I favor him in that fight, and then I go fight Canelo. And then if Bivol still, Beterbiev still there, he's aged out a little bit more, and the fight should be a little bit easier. Yeah, theoretically, you know what I mean. Provided that Benavidez doesn't, do too much damage to Bivol, I'm just assuming that he would win, but I could totally be wrong. So if I'm Bivol, I'm leveraging my belts. I'm getting all my money. Benavidez, Canelo, that's the direction I'm going in right there if I'm him.
Wow. I feel you on that. Fight Sports.
I can't describe how excited I am. I think this fight is incredible, and I felt that they should go with the trilogy because the two, Bivol and Beterbiev, are just so evenly matched. And it's, if you know their careers, these guys don't have close fights. So it's I felt like they need to do the trilogy, and they still might. I mean, this, just because it's been ordered, it may not happen immediately. We'll wait and see what happens. I have seen signs that maybe Beterbiev might actually retire, but don't want to feed any rumors there. We'll see what happens. I think Benavidez beats Bivol, but I like both fighters, so I just hope for the best. I don't think Canelo is a factor until possibly next year. I mean, I've gone on the record. I don't think Canelo ever goes back up to 175 because he knows he can't beat Bivol, and because I think Canelo knows he can't win. He just doesn't want to admit it. But we'll see. Maybe next year he wants to close his career out with the biggest risk of all risks. So, but he's not a factor until next year, in my opinion. I think the biggest fights are going to get made because, again, you've got Turkey and now Dana White involved. So I don't think it will be the IBF mandatory. I think if they don't go with the trilogy, it will be Benavidez next. And again, I think Benavidez wins, but it's super tough. Either way, super excited.
No doubt. Ray.
Woo! Hard decision. One, I want to say this. Benavidez has proved me wrong over and over again. I have to give credit where credit's due. He stepped up and showed me that he is who he says he is. And I think to challenge himself is what he always wanted, right? He wanted to get to the upper echelon of the sport. He wants to be the best of the best, and he wants to continue to hold that because he believes he made mistakes as a younger fighter. On the other half of that, I think that in hearts of hearts of Benavidez, he wants to fight the best fighter. When you got two guys that split a fight, and there's a third one to be made, right? Because they split. I think it's safe to say that me as a competitor, I want the guy that really is the best. I don't want the guy that won the last contest, even though the age disparity or this guy looked like he won the two fights, but they finally awarded him the fight, whatever the case it be, because anything can go either way. But then again, I also want to fight who has the belts. Benavidez seems to be stuck in more of a hard place in a rock and a hard place, all right? He has options, but he doesn't have many options. He has two fighters on the list, which is I believe Caleb Smith. Caleb Smith and Bivol. Bivol, on the other hand, has the upper hand because he could do the rematch, which I think would be a great thing. Drop the belt, give it to let them take it, give it to Benavidez, and then go fight him after. I think that's a great strategy, a great point to be made. I think that brings a lot of significance to the sport because if Bivol wins in dominated fashion again against Beterbiev, that round robins the whole scenario of what's going on, right? The wheel spins, and then we're back where we started with Benavidez looking at Beterbiev. Now they're both champions to unify. On the other hand, if Beterbiev wins, which I think in the third fight, he actually KOs Bivol. That changes the whole landscape of the sport. And I think we got now Benavidez versus Beterbiev, who I think is really just too old for a Benavidez. I think Benavidez just walks away as a champion. And I just think it's a waste of time. So on my note, I'm going to actually lean towards the Bivol Benavidez fight and just say let Beterbiev just walk away at end his career. If he wants to fight, so be it. I'm not going to push back at it. I just think that the two fighters here that are being mentioned for the WBC mandatory is the fight to have in the division.
Yeah. I think it's interesting to watch Mauricio Sulaiman kind of carry it, right? It's interesting watching him all of a sudden be activating mandatories for David Benavidez, right? I think, when you look back at the way he handled the whole Canelo Alvarez situation, and the WBC just generally, they might put some orders out there, but as far as enforcing it, I'm going to be interested in seeing him enforce it and seeing what that looks like. Now, as far as from Bivol's side of the conversation, I think Bivol, it would make sense either way. Like he's winning either way, right? He can go ahead and have the rematch with Beterbiev. Let that fight just be for a unification. Whatever titles he can hold, let Mauricio Sulaiman strip him, or he can vacate that WBC title. Let David Benavidez go ahead and be an active champion. A WBC champion in light heavyweight division. I think that keeps him in the light heavyweight division, because I think right now Benavidez may be in the conversation of making a decision as to whether or not he's going to stay in the light heavyweight division or move up to cruiserweight. Now, I know that Jose Benavidez Sr. has commented about him going up and coming back down, but that's always a sketchy road to kind of get on. We'll see, how they want to approach it, but I think Mauricio Suleiman kind of activating this, to me, shows the interest of having David Benavidez remain at the light heavyweight division and compete with a lot of fights that could be made there. But David Benavidez is getting to that point in his career where he needs something tangible. He needs something to be holding on to at this point and be like, look, I want to be an actual full champion at this point. I'm kind of tired of playing this, unified interim champion guy, multiple same belt holding champion at 168, interim champion. It's time for him to get something tangible. And if he has an opportunity to fight Azerto Ramirez for his unified title in the cruiserweight division, he'll probably take advantage of that and do that. I think this is a response to it, right? This is a response to that inevitability, the reality that David Benavidez is now becoming a bigger star, a bigger draw, and a lot of people want to see him fight. You want him to hold your belt, you want him to be a champion for you, and you want to start trying to benefit off of the star power he's building for himself. So it's either Bivol, for his point of view, Bivol can go ahead and just not fight Beterbiev, right, and go straight to David Benavidez. But I think we got to all remember that Turki Al-Sheikh is well vested into the Beterbiev-Bivol fight, and that those paydays are there for them regardless of popularity, right? Regardless of if people want to see it or not. If Turki wants to see it, Turki will make it happen, and the pay scale is going to reflect it because he's already paid them, got them used to getting paid a certain way. So Bivol may have interest as far as being the prize fighter at the end of his career to make as much money as he can make, maybe even more interested to make sure that trilogy happens. Hard fight, but a lot of money involved in it. Worst case scenario, he goes in that direction. He beats Beterbiev. I think he's going to be confident in his ability to beat Beterbiev. He walks away a unified champion. And then he comes back and he fights David Benavidez, and that fight is even bigger now because now Bivol is going to be a two-time undisputed champion in the light heavyweight division. He gets to beat Benavidez, and then of course, I think somebody mentioned it earlier, Canelo is always also an option at that point as well after the Benavidez fight. So I don't think there's any rush to fight Benavidez right now, but I think there is a rush to give David Benavidez a title. I think they want him to have a real title at this point. I think David is kind of pushing back at the system right now by being proactive. He's not waiting anymore. He's become very impatient. He reflected that with the way he handled the Jesse Hart situation. He got actively involved in that and made that fight happen with David Morrell. He went to Riyadh season to Saudi Arabia. He left a little early. I thought that was a play on power, a little bit of impatience, a little bit of understanding that he was kind of like communicating to Turkey a little bit, like, I'm not waiting for nobody. So, okay, so Beterbiev is about to lose this fight, and now he's going to get a trilogy. I'm okay with that. I got options. I've already put out into the atmosphere that Zurdo Ramirez was an option for me, and I'm going to go ahead and execute on that if I can't get this fight. I'm not fighting nobodies anymore. I can fight Caleb Smith. I can fight Anthony Yardy. I can fight a Joshua Buatsi. I can fight a lot of people, but I can also make some opportunities in some other divisions, and I'm going to have to show you better than I can tell you. I think he might have drank some of that Kool-Aid, good Kool-Aid, that I think he should have drank a long time ago, and start realizing that he doesn't have to wait on any one promoter to give him anything. He doesn't have to be patient and play good boy and wait for Mauricio Suleiman or wait for Canelo Alvarez or wait for even a Turki Al-Sheikh. He's going to make his opportunities happen one way or the other. So I think Mauricio is just taking him a little bit more seriously this time around and is going to help him get to that belt. I see Beth Aniel said, why fight Zurdo if possible? Why fight Zurdo if possible? There's smoke right there at 175. Well, listen, Beth Aniel, I'm going to say that I'm just quoting David Benavidez. I'm not saying he should or he shouldn't, but I am saying that he's put his intentions out there. He's made it pretty clear on what he's willing and what he will do if he has to about the big fights. He's talking about him getting involved in the biggest fights possible. So why not fight at 175 and fight the people down there? I hear you on that. But at the same time, Zurdo does have a unified championship up there, puts him in position. A lot of people say Benavidez could fight all the way up to heavyweight division if he wanted to. You know what I'm saying? So he's made it clear that him and Zurdo have shared some real competitive sparring in the ring. He thinks the fight would be exciting, that people would love to see the results of the fight. And there's a big prize at the end of that fight, being a unified cruiserweight champion. You know what I mean? And Jose Benavidez Sr. has commented on his ability to come back down, to go ahead and get that belt and still come back down to 175 and compete. So we just got to see how he chooses to move. But I think the WBC has responded accordingly to David Benavidez's adamant resolve on becoming a champion one way or the other.
I got one more thing, and there's a third option. I didn't even think about this, but if he does go after Caleb Smith, which would be basically one of the options that I mentioned, and he wins, that gives him the interim title, 3 interim titles. So there's no shape, way, or form, or no shape or form that Bivol or Beterbiev can even avoid a fight with him, because now he has 3 possibilities of mandatory fights that can come his way. So that's just another way of as they would say, double dipping. In this case, it would be triple dipping, because you can't avoid him at that point. There's no way, because if all the sanctions, eventually they're going to give him a mandatory shot, and he's going to be in house for that fight. So that's another option he can put in his toolbox and outweigh it. And he gets the accomplishment of beating a guy that only lost to 2 fighters, one fighter that he wants to fight so bad, and a fighter that was undefeated until he just lost recently. So that puts a lot of stake on Benavidez' resume.
I agree. That's a good take. That's definitely a good take.
I think
it is. Go ahead.
I just want to say, I just real quick, I think Benavidez' situation, it highlights everything that's wrong with boxing, in the sense of he can be dodged, right? And this is what the problem that, the biggest gripe, and even those of us as boxing fans, don't like, is that you got a person like Benavidez who's competing at the highest level and willing to fight anybody in the divisions that he is, and he gets dodged from his opportunity to being able to make himself a legitimate champion. And so, I really hope, like I said, it's unfortunate, because like I said, as a boxing fan, I think the Beterbiev Bivol, and like Coach said, it seems like a boring fight. We know what we're gonna see, but I just got so much respect for the sport, and they fought at such a high level that I would, I think it's warranted for them to have a trilogy. And so that's at the expense of Benavidez being able to have an opportunity to fight Bivol more sooner than later. But I just really hope, that, Benavidez ultimately gets to have his title shot against, the best at 175. And so, I guess ideally for me, from my opinion, I hope he could get the winner of Bivol Beterbiev. Coach made a good analysis of, the matchups where Benavidez would be favored and where he would lose, believing he could lose to Bivol but beat Beterbiev, due to age and all that. But, it's an interesting thing. And so that's just my thought, is that Benavidez not being able to be champion at 168 and then him having to wait in line at 175 is some of the issues that, we see as the biggest glaring issue with boxing.
I agree with you 100%, man. I agree with you 100%. We're definitely heading around that time. It's 4 hours. I got stuff to do. I got things to do. Yeah, you got to go to sleep. I got to go handle my duties, my responsibilities.
Too, so.
Yeah. So if you guys want to just close it out with something, we can start with you, Blaze, bringing it out to Coach Eddie, and then end it at Fight Sports, and then Ray will close it out, and we just call it a day.
Listen, Clay and Ray, y'all been holding it down, holding this platform down for us that really loves boxing. I appreciate you having me on, and I appreciate being able to rotate with the other panelists as well. Shout out to Coach, shout out to Fight Sports Talk, and peace, y'all.
Peace, brother.
Peace. All right, bro.
Peace, Blaze. Thank you for being on the panel today, man. I appreciate you, brother. Coach Eddie.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me up. Shout out to Clay. Shout out to Ray. Shout out to Fight Sport. Shout out to Blaze. I think I just want to kind of mention Lamont Roach. I watched the interview with Shannon Sharp and Ocho. It already got like 54,000 views in like 5 hours, man. So for some reason, this kid, freaking celebrity, is growing like overnight. He's like an overnight celebrity. And even if he would have won, I think this dude would have been on like national syndicated shows, because he could actually hold the interview. So he can get up there. He's articulate. He can speak for himself. He speaks pretty well. So shout out to him, man. And secondly, I think in the rematch, I'm gonna go with Lamont, because Lamont, to me, he just kind of came in like a roommate, a messy roommate, a dude who said he was going to abide by the rules, but then when he got there, he started putting his feet on the couch, wasn't washing the dishes, pissing on the toilet, and wasn't cleaning anything up. But he came in like a messy roommate, man, and dared you to ask him to do anything, man. So that's how I looked at it. Lamont is the messy roommate, and Tank's gonna have to evict this guy. Tank's like, dang, I should have never let this dude in the building, but now he's here now, so now you got to deal with this kid, man. But that's my that's my call, brother.
Yeah, that's not like my kid's toy. put their feet up, piss on the toilet, don't do the dishes.
Yeah, my kids try to be like that before, but we got some understanding today. I ain't gonna lie. We actually function in well-oiled machine, man. We have some real understanding. All about the consequences, man. It's all about the structure, baby. You know what I mean? They all love structure. They just don't know they love it. They love it when they know it's good. Shout out to you, Coach Eddie. Thanks for being on the panel, man. And I think that was a great take, man. Definitely. Fight sports. How you feeling?
Yeah, it's always great to be on, guys. Thanks to Eddie, thanks to you, Clay and Ray, thanks to Eddie, thanks to Blaze. Always love being here. And yeah, I guess my final thoughts is the Roach Tank situation is very interesting. We'll see how it goes because it's almost unprecedented. The Dana White in boxing is something I never thought would happen, and now that it has, it's could be looking at game changer 2.0 after one game changer with Turkey. So the Benavidez situation, Benavidez I feel is going to be a leading star in this new generation. I love everything he does. He is beatable, but he's also got greatness in him, I believe. And Bivol, he's already great. How great he can be, these are things that get me very, very excited. So I got to go to the point where I can't stop thinking about it. So now I got to go to the gym to try and get my mind off it. And yeah, I appreciate you guys having me on as always, and can't wait to be on next week. Peace out to everyone.
Salute, peace, man. Yeah, buddy, Ray Davis.
Another one.
We did it one more.
There is another one. Listen, let me just say this first. Subscribe to all the panelists. I don't think Coach Eddie has a channel, but subscribe to him anyway. Subscribe to Fight Sports Talk. Subscribe to Too Rich. Subscribe to Blaze. He's going to start up soon. Subscribe to some of our people in the chat. We had Just Do. We had Nick J, the Queens of Boxing. We had Dr. Boxing in the building. Let's subscribe to these channels. Even Fly Frequency and his boxing channel. It may be little on it, but it's some good stuff. I'm telling you, he's got his thing going on. Here for Boxing was here. Subscribe to him as well. Some good shorts on his channel. Very, very honest perspectives. And nonetheless, Ryan Frazier, I believe I saw him in the building earlier. Subscribe to him. This show is definitely dedicated to the fan of the boxer. Whether it's fans of a person or promotional company, or what's going on in boxing in today's world. And I think that we have to pay homage to the sport. I think we lose translation when we all have one goal at the end of the day, when we're all just trying to bring the sport back to its highlights, to high life, to where it's at the pinnacle that we all want it to be. Regardless of wherever we bring our roots from, we all want the same goal. We have to see that in each other before we start attacking one another and finger pointing. But it's cool. At the end of the day, we are all here for the same thing. So on that note, man, I just want to say thank you for being a boxing fan. Thank you for being a fan of whatever you are in the sport. And we appreciate you, man. That's what it's all about. And thank you for being a fan of this channel. And we definitely recognize everyone in here, and we appreciate you as well. Make sure y'all hit the like button on the way out, too, if you haven't.
No doubt, man. Salute to everybody who showed up on the panel today. And salute to everybody in the chat, man. Please remember, hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed to the channel. Until the next one, you guys know what it is. At this point, wow.
We out.
They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Swatting all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with.